همچون عالی دی جسر و در کتن.
IS militants were watching them. They were captured again and put in jail for 9 days in Qaim.
ياكي خليجي سعودي بو قال لك تعذب هبالا مكر زيادة تعدل ويدريدا بيكر قال لك يعني اغتصاب كرو برحمامي هدوما لنهاش ليدان لاشي وهمو كرا كيبا الهشين كر قال لك تعذب بيكر وي او داستو لنكرويش تعندبو بربو حمامي قال لك تعذب بيكر وي محاولات كل بالخودا بس جار بينا بويدا شداندو رابويدا وتعدا جي بيكر وبشتهن جي آني مچو آني مجلق لي كرم.
Some food kicking. Oh my God. So much. Is Dolma?
Yes. Yeah.
Lamia was captured in the same school at Kocho. She said.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Good afternoon, I am Sade Uwe, and this is News Update. The NAF spokesman, Edward Gapquet, has confirmed the crash of a Nigerian Air Force helicopter. The crash occurred in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, this morning. The helicopter with the number NAF M135P crashed at exactly 7:45 a.m. shortly after it took off for an operation against economic saboteurs in Rivers State. In his statement, he said all those on board survived, though they sustained minor injuries and are being attended to at the NAF Medical Center in Port Harcourt. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has stated that the soldiers who invaded the Adamawa State Police Command headquarters last week and killed an inspector will be facing a standing court-martial, while urging the leadership of the army and the police force to settle their differences. Some policemen were injured and one killed during the clash, which was launched by troops of the Nigerian army on the Adamawa State Police headquarters in Yola. Military armored carrier was used to attack the police headquarters around 11 p.m. last Tuesday. To solve the rift between the security agencies, the Chief of Defense Staff on Thursday led principal staff officers of the Defense Headquarters on an official visit to the Nigerian Police Force at Louis Edet House, Abuja. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says gunmen have attacked the residence of its resident electoral commissioner in Lokoja, Kogi State. The Commission, in a communique made available to the media, said the attack happened at 3:30 a.m. today. It's noted that the armed men engaged security personnel in a gun battle for over 30 minutes until reinforcement arrived. The Commission called for a thorough investigation and enhanced security protection for its personnel and assets in Kogi State. The All Progressives Congress APC in Kogi State has called for the immediate arrest and prosecution of the governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Muritala Yakubu Ajaka, in the November 11 governorship poll in the state. Fanwu alleged that the same arsonists attempted to burn down the Kogi State government house, which was followed by security agents.
Now is the time to arrest Muritala Yakubu Ajaka before he throws Kogi into a state of anarchy. Democracy is the expression of the wishes of the people. Those wishes have been expressed freely, and no amount of bullets can silence the voice of the ballot. We are calling on the police, DSS, and other security agencies to immediately arrest the slide to anarchy by arresting Muritala Yakubu Ajaka and his co-swimmers in the pool of violence. We have cautioned our supporters to remain calm, and the call will be more effective if the anarchists are immediately apprehended and prosecuted. We have it on good record that Muritala Yakubu Ajaka and the SDP, as well as their internal and external collaborators, have imported their devil talks into the state to kill, maim, and destroy critical infrastructure in the state.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has withdrawn the money laundering charge filed against the former Attorney General of Lagos State, Olasupo Shasore. Shasore was arraigned alongside his company, Middlesex Investments Limited, on a 14-count charge of money laundering before Justice Inyang Eko in November 2022. At today's proceedings, counsel for the EFCC, Bala Sanga, told the judge that the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, has directed the anti-graft agency via a letter to withdraw the charge. The former Lagos Attorney General had represented Nigeria in the P&ID case, in which the federal government accused Shasore of compromising the case in favor of P&ID. A Kwara State High Court sitting in Ilorin, the state capital, has sentenced the Sakin Fulani of Kwara State, Usman Ado, and 2 others to life imprisonment for kidnapping. The 3 kidnapped one Abubakar Ahmad and collected a ransom of 1 million naira before his eventual release after 20 days in captivity. Delivering her judgment, Justice Adenike Akinpelu found Sakin Fulani and the 2 others guilty on the 2-count charge in accordance with Section 15 of the Kwara State Anti-Kidnapping Law.
They kidnapped a man, Ayman Abu. He was kidnapped, and after his kidnap, he was taken to Sobi Barracks. So the defendants here, they are parties to how the ransom was collected and paid. So in fact, they even share from the proceeds of that ransom. So the main accused, who is a military officer, is nowhere to be found. But the court is of the view that this is a mandatory sentence by virtue of Section 15 of the Kwara State Anti-Kidnapping Law. So by that, the court has no discretion in reducing the terms of imprisonment, and that was why the court rightly sentenced them to life imprisonment.
The 3 accused were subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment on each of the 2 counts, both of which are to run concurrently. The Benin Traditional Council has moved to clarify reasons dukes known as Eniges can't be addressed as traditional rulers owing to the structure of the Benin Traditional Institution. The clarification was made today in Benin City, the Edo State capital, by Professor Idoba Omorege, SAN, who on behalf of the Benin Traditional Council disclosed that the palace seriously frowns at most media organizations and the public for addressing the Eniges as traditional rulers.
Traditional chieftaincy title of Enogi of any community in Benin Kingdom is the creation of the Oba of Benin and under the authority of the Benin Traditional Council. Upon appointment, an Enogi is assigned as a chief of the Oba Palace to a community as a representative of the Oba of Benin in that community. But never, I emphasize this, but never as a traditional ruler, as there is only one traditional ruler in the whole of the Benin Kingdom. Despite this unambiguous Benin tradition, which is well codified in existing laws, members of the print and electronic media are resorted to erroneously addressing the Enige of the various communities in Benin Kingdom as traditional rulers.
He admonished the media organizations cut across print and broadcast, as well as members of the public, to discontinue the further referencing of Enoge Duke as traditional rulers.
Take notice, please, that any further breach of this traditional protocol will be considered by the BTC as a serious affront to the entire Benin people and the palace of the Oba of Benin, which breach will be visited with serious consequences under the law.
Moving on to other parts of Africa. Members of the family of ousted Nigerian President Mohamed Bazoum said that they had not heard from him since October 18 and denounced abusive arrests and searches targeting some of them. Since he was overthrown on July 26th by a military coup, Mohamed Bazoum has been sequestered in his presidential residence with his wife and son. According to the lawyer, the homes of a niece of Mohamed Bazoum and that of another relative were searched Tuesday in Niamey. Niger has been ruled since July 26th by a military regime led by General Abdurrahman Tiani. Heavy fire was reported in Guinea-Bissau's capital on Friday morning, hours after some National Guard soldiers went to free a detained minister and a senior state official. Members of the National Guard took the officials before seeking refuge in barracks south of the capital. Finance Minister Suleiman Saidi and Antonio Montero, the Secretary of State for the Treasury, had been detained amid investigations into the alleged irregular withdrawal of $10 million of state funds. And in outside Africa, Israeli warplanes resumed pounding Gaza as Palestinian civilians fled for shelter, and rocket sirens blared in southern Israel on Friday as war resumed after a week-old truce ran out with no deal for extension. Barely 2 hours after the truce expired, Gaza health officials reported that 35 people had already been killed and dozens wounded in airstrikes that hit at least 8 homes. The Israeli military announced it had resumed combat operations and its warplanes were striking the enclave, accusing Hamas of violating the truce, first by firing rockets and failing to free all the women it was holding hostage. And in entertainment, American superstar Drake made it as the most streamed artist in sub-Saharan Africa, followed by Burna Boy, who became the most streamed African artist in sub-Saharan Africa for the second time after 2022. Ashake, Davido, and Omah Lay made it to the top 10, indicating Nigeria's preeminence in the continental music scene. Top Afrobeat acts and songs that became hits during the year were included, regardless of when they were released. And in sports, Nigeria international Victor Osimhen's departure from Napoli is almost looking certain after Romano said the strike. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
News update on Plus TV Africa. Nigeria international Victor Osimhen's departure from Napoli is almost looking certain after Italian football transfer expert Fabrizio Romano said the striker was unlikely to renew his contract with the Italian champions. Osimhen has been linked with several European clubs, with English Premier League duo Chelsea and Arsenal leading the race for the Nigerian. Napoli, however, risked losing the Nigerian in January or next, whose current contract with the Partenope is set to expire in 2025. Osimhen recently returned to Napoli's squad after recovering from an injury sustained during Nigeria's match against Saudi Arabia. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Menstrual cycle is a way the body of a woman releases tissues that is no longer needed in the body. Every month, the body of a woman prepares for pregnancy. The lining of the uterus gets thicker as preparation for nurturing a fertilized egg. There are 4 phases of the menstrual cycle, which is menstruation, the follicular phase, ovulation, and the luteal phase. Common menstrual problems include heavy or painful periods and premenstrual syndrome, PMS. In an interview with the family physician, Dr. Nwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation of the menstrual cycle.
Menstrual cycle is defined as a time clock within a female or a woman of reproductive age, especially from puberty, where there is a production of the eggs in your ovaries, and then the preparation of the womb to receive this egg, hoping that it will be fertilized, and then the discharge of this egg when it is not fertilized, or the growing of this fertilized egg into a baby. Okay, so now that cycle takes usually a month, and this cycle usually a month averagely, so it seems to take 28 days. However, there are variances, so we give a normal phase of plus or minus 7 days, meaning that it could span from 21 days to 35 days. So that's why it varies for women. So the menstrual cycle is the period from the release or the preparation of the eggs in the ovaries to the release of these ovaries down to the womb, and then it is discharged and you all see it as blood.
Dr. Chukwuemeka explains why some women go through pains before or during the cycle, which makes them use hot water bottle to soothe it before they will be relieved for some time.
Painful menstruation, which can be described as dysmenorrhea, is possible because, first, during the movement of the eggs, there are lots of hormonal activities, and it has seen first to be either due to the tubes, the contractions of the tubes, especially when you're talking about before the period, especially in ovulation. So there's usually ovulation pain, which is milder than the menstrual pain itself. So the contraction of the fallopian tubes is a milking movement, milking the eggs through the tubes into the ovary. Okay, and then when it gets into the ovary, it stays for approximately 24 hours and then begins to degenerate. Before then, the womb is preparing a space, a bed for this egg to be implanted if it's fertilized. But while it's doing that, it's not implanted. And so that brings me to the stages of the menstrual cycle. So there is the proliferative stage, which is the stage at which there's production of many things. And then there's a secretory phase, which is the phase where the egg is expecting to, to be fertilized, and then also expecting to either become a baby or it is discarded. All right. So when that happens and this egg is not fertilized, the uterus begins to contract in order to expel it. That contraction is usually painful. Imagine your fist very tight. Okay, especially for a woman who hasn't given birth before. That's how tight her uterus is. Very small and tight, compact. Now, within that fist is a slit, a tiny slit that allows for this egg. Now, when this fist is going to contract on itself, the pain will be heavy compared to a woman who has given birth before. So there's a lot of space and contractions, is a little milder. So that's why the painful menstruation gets better with childbirth. Okay, however, that is the typical case. There are atypical cases where the painful feeling increases even with age and childbirth. All right, but majority of the times it gets better in childbirth. So whether the use of the hot bottled waters or the use of drugs, the idea is that you're trying to reduce the level of tension this uterus go through to milk out all the blood, all the mucous layers that it has produced.
Doctors advise women to keep the calendar dates to help monitor their menstrual period to ensure balance. However, they are advised to see their physicians when there is an imbalance in the calculation of their menstrual cycle.
For imbalances in times of menstrual flow for many women, it's in the normal context. I said that the normal is 28 days plus or minus 7. Now, what that means is that you have a range from 21 days to 35 days. But ideally, there shouldn't be an excessive gap between the days. So when someone says, I have a 28-day cycle, what that means is it shouldn't exceed some days from that 28 days. When they cannot calculate it, there is an underlying pathology. There's a problem. There are few problems that have been identified or itemized. One of them is when people have pelvic inflammatory disease, what you call the urinary tract infection or the toilet infection. What happens is that those infections they alter the flow between 1 month and the next month. So when women are not able to calculate, they may need to see their physician to identify what exactly is causing the disparity, the long-term disparity. But if there are a few days, then you shouldn't say you don't know. If they're probably 2 or 3 days apart, then it's still within the range. Okay, but when they are like 1 week apart, 5-7 days apart, then there's an underlying condition. Or when it comes too early, there's an underlying condition.
Overaged pain in some women during the menstrual cycle needs to be investigated, and if there is no problem, then it could be a change in their system.
Many women feel unbearable menstrual pain at their older ages, which is very atypical from the normal. So the response to such is that they need to be investigated properly. They need to, it's very atypical, and if they're investigated and there is no reason, then they may be let low like that, or have some hormonal replacements done for them. But if they're investigated, there are certain things that can be the cause. One of them is, like I said, could be a fibroid. Another could be what we call the endometriosis. Okay, endometriosis is the presence of tissues, uterine tissues, in another part of the stomach. So whenever the stomach is beginning to experience that firing impulse, that tissue, wherever it is, it could be in the womb, sorry, it could be in the stomach generally, it could be on the broad ligament, that tissue also fires, and then they feel the peppery sensation at that point. Okay, it could even still be a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, this condition happening at older age is very possible, but must be investigated and properly treated. However, if investigated and nothing is found, then it can be classified as an atypical situation. And more often than not, hormonal play.
Medication during the menstrual cycle must be recommended.
First of all, it's not very ideal to openly, prescribe, and then, because what you do is that you validate certain things in the public. People should really be investigated. People should see their doctors, and then he knows what. But yeah, the use of Felvine has been made public already. It could be right and could be acceptable. However, it comes with a side effect, which is intensifying stomach pain in ulcer patients. So it simply means that an ulcer patient cannot use Felvine, or it can cause ulcer because it's an NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which means that it can potentiate the possibility for an ulcer. That also means that if a patient has ulcer, it's contraindicated. If a patient can have ulcer, it's contraindicated as well. Now, there are many analgesics that are available, simple analgesics ranging from paracetamol. All right. The problem is that many times we want the very hard one, ranging from paracetamols to some of the codeines, sometimes depending on how heavy the pain is. More importantly is the use of relaxants. So there are smooth muscle relaxants, some of which we call hyoscine, that we popularly know as Buscopan. These can be used as well to relax it. But beyond that, there are many other treatment plans for painful menstruation. So these simple things can be used as well.
Statistically, painful menstruation can be experienced in about 45% to 70% of women. From puberty to before conception, it can be seen in about 60% of women in that age group. Then, as they get older, it reduces. In the world population, menstrual pain is experienced in over 5,000 women to about 1.5 million in different locations. It is more prevalent in Africans than the Caucasians.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it will be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigeria working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my salary will be like, if I'm working for someone, it would be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant. and I love the work presently now, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation, and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I say like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to being frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, earn close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company, because I'm always a strategist. I render solutions to companies on how the company can move ahead as well there.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us on Business Insights as we focus on side hustling in the wake of the nation's crippling insurance. A side job ideally is a way to earn extra income, particularly with Nigeria's current weak economics indicators showing a high inflation rate, a high unemployment rate, and a high poverty rate. The outbreak of the coronavirus in 2020 brought to the fore the need for individuals to diversify their sources of income to hedge against adversity that could occur if they get laid off from work. Having another source of income is a commendable financial decision, but it is an arduous step to take, especially when you are combining it with your main job. However, merging both is not rocket science, as all it requires is good planning and time management. On the show this morning, we'll be focusing on how to manage your side hustles with your full-time job so that none of them actually suffers. We'll take a quick break and we'll return in a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back. First off, manufacturing has always been a critical driver of any economic development and is crucial for sustainable growth and job creation. It also has the potential to transform the nation's economy, diversify revenue sources, and reduce dependence on oil. Now, those were the words of the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment at this year's edition of the Nigerian Manufacturing and Equipment Exposition and the Nigeria Raw Materials Exposition, NIMRA Expo. Details now.
The annual Nigerian Manufacturing and Equipment Expo jointly organized the Nigerian Raw Materials Exposition of the Raw Materials Research and Development Council affords stakeholders an opportunity to examine the state of the manufacturing sector and deliberate on the roadmap for development through the Manufacturers Partnership for African Development and Masterclass sessions. The Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is well represented here. It assures that its policy initiatives will continue to center on creating an enabling environment, incentivizing production activities and promoting the use of made-in-Nigeria products to boost the competitiveness of our manufacturers.
Fertilizer production, in summary, luckily for us, the federal government has banned the importation of fertilizer. So the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria can do as much as possible to ensure that we produce enough fertilizer in Nigeria locally. There are 4 major types of fertilizers being produced in Nigeria. The urea fertilizer, single superphosphate fertilizer, triple superphosphate fertilizer, DAF, diammonia phosphate fertilizer, and the NPK fertilizer. Organic fertilizer is not banned, but I believe with the support of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and with our raw material resources, we have the capacity to produce most of the organic fertilizer needs of Nigeria. If we can get the correct investors to invest in these areas, believe me, in the very few years to come, we can ban the importation of organic fertilizer also in Nigeria.
In his welcome address, the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Otumba Francis Meshioye, says the annual event provides a common ground for large manufacturing organizations and SMEs to explore new production processes that will increase their production output.
The theme of the 2023 Expo is Future Manufacturing, building a sustainable roadmap to the industrialization of Nigeria. The theme is informed by the unprecedented rate in which our world is changing in terms of innovation and technologies, shifting consumer expectations, as well as increasing social awareness of gender equity and restoration of previously marginalized communities. If manufacturers can efficiently balance a combination of efficient economies of production and supply chains, strong and reputable products, loyal customers, and established logistic network, as well as reliable online business elements, they'll be well positioned in the future to compete favorably in the industrial marketplace.
Participants at the event emphasized the importance of incorporating technology to produce locally made goods, support sustainable development, and reduce reliance on developed nations.
The resultant high cost of power generation not only inflates operational costs, but also diminishes the competitiveness of locally manufactured products in both domestic and export markets. So at Shell Nigeria Gas, we are committed to bridging the energy gap and contributing to the Decade of Gas ambition by providing manufacturing companies and industrial customers with clean, reliable, low-cost alternative to liquid fuels.
As you know, in recent years, the bilateral economic and trade relationship between China and Nigeria has become increasingly close. In terms of trade, China is Nigeria's largest global trade partner, while Nigeria is China's second largest trade partner in Africa. In China-Nigeria Manufacturing Corporation, China can leverage its strengths in capital, technology, and talent, while Nigeria can give full play to its advantages in market and labor.
Man says both exhibitions have continued to serve a great purpose in improving the status of the nation's manufacturing sector. particularly with the representation of the entire manufacturing value chain at the expo floor since inception in 2016. The theme for this year is Future Manufacturing, Building a Sustainable Roadmap to the Industrialization of Nigeria. Emmanuel Olubobokun, Plus TV News.
With the economic downturn in Nigeria, practically everybody needs an extra source of income to survive. Though this is true, being prudent while at it is very crucial to eschew losing your main job over your side hustle. No matter how much money your side hustle gives you, you must prioritize your full job when you are at work. It is vital to give your main job utmost focus. I'll introduce my guest in a moment after this quick break. Stay with me. All right, welcome back to Business Insight in Plus TV Africa as we look at side hustles in the wake of the biting inflationary pressure in the country. My guest, Mark Idiahe, is an inspirational leadership coach, brand and communication strategist. His career vision is to be involved in assessing the need for acquiring and implementing revolutionary strategies and systems for top-notch performance in organizations through exceptional leadership approach. Idiahe is a social enterprise developer, a leadership mentor, and sought-after speaker on topics related but not limited to leadership, governance, growth, and collaborative development. He is the publisher of a foremost Pan-African magazine called African Future Leadership Magazine. Many thanks for joining me on Business Insights, Mark.
Thank you so very much. Glad to be here.
Yes, it is indeed our pleasure. Let's talk about side hustles. You know, in the wake of the biting inflation that everyone can actually relate to, most people are looking at having one or two other jobs, attached, to their normal source of livelihood. How do you really react to this new development because of the way things are going on right now in the country?
All right. Once again, thank you for having me. Now, first of all, we must admit that this is an unusual time and people are barely surviving. So I tend to live with just one source of income is a strategy for financial crisis. And I'm not going to be apologetic when I reference the first man here. I mean, if I go a bit spiritual, the first man God created, he put him in a place called Eden and he gave him 4 strings. Think about it. If God in his wisdom and his multifaceted dimension in nature will create a man and put him in a perfect, what I would love to call a perfect utopia, where everything was well garnished, embellished, and everything working perfectly. And he thought that it was critical that that man had 4 streams of income. Why in the world would anybody in his right senses think that he can strive in an economy as complex as Nigeria's economy with 1 streams of income? Now, the question I've often asked people around that are on 9 to 5, you call them 9 to 5ers. How in the world are you coping with this incessant increase in price of commodity, household items, when your salary is not increased correspondingly? I mean, you go to market today, for instance, and you see an item that has doubled in price. You were in the market 2 weeks ago. Now you're in the market, back to the market, and they tell you that the price have doubled. And the way they can rationalize that is to tell you, hey, are you not in this country? Are you not following the trend with the currents and with the fluctuation in exchange rate and all of that? So why should anyone? I understand in your intro you said something that we should not, in a bid to have side hustle, then play down the significance of having the main hustle. Yeah, there has to be that moderation. There has to be that balance. Your main hustle is good. You have to have that going. But you have to be strategic and very pragmatic by devising strategy to have other streams of income. Otherwise, you're going to choke in this economy.
All right, still speaking of streams of income, most people have actually moved towards the line of entrepreneurship. They are using their skills or most of the things they have passion for to monetize them, to be actually getting something, in return from that. I know people who ordinarily love cooking, and because of the way the economy is really biting, they have even started one sort of food business, even online. But some people would tell you that they don't really think they have such skills, or they have enough skills that could be upskilled to, channeled into getting more money for them. Do you really have to be so talented to have a side hustle per se, or maybe to be an entrepreneur on your own?
No, not exactly, my brother. What they need is to think and think outside of the box. When a man is hungry enough, he will devise a meal. Hunger does two things to a man. Number one, hunger can incapacitate a man. And when that happens, he lost the ability to think. And when you can't think, you'll be stagnant, you'll be stranded. Then on the flip side, hunger can become a recipe for success because it drives you from a comfort zone. And comfort zone in the first place is an illusion. It's not real. Comfort zone, I liken it to a rocking chair. The thing I hate about rocking chair is that you can be in one position, exerting energy, swinging back and front, and you never cover any distance.
All right, Mark, are you still there with us?
Can be enough. And you don't necessarily have to have this ingenious idea. In this time and age, you don't have to be so gifted with the ability to conceive grand idea for you to be able to be successful. There are clues here and there. For instance, I resigned from, I'm not in any way trying to undermine people that do 9 to 5, but I resigned from that about 7 years ago because I wanted to be able to be in a place and make a whole lot of things happen online, leveraging on the online. There are many things that anyone can do in this age and time without having to move around. And by the way, if you're going to be successful financially, mind you, it's not going to be by hard work, so to speak, in this contest. It's not going to be by how much hustling you have done. I know we call it side hustle, but you can be in one spot and you leverage on online platform. I have a friend who is into graphics, for instance, and his clients are US-based clients and from United Kingdom, from different parts of the world. And I asked him a couple of days ago, why don't you love to take clients from Nigeria? Why don't you prospect for Nigeria clients? And he said, sir, with all that is happening with the currency, I'm in a vantage position if I have clients that are US-based or Canadian or in UK, for instance, because they get to pay me in their currency. And by the time I convert that, that's a whole lot of money. Just to reference the point, just to put it in proper perspective, I was reading one commentary by an economist a few hours ago. And he said that this devaluation of Naira is intentional by the government so as to encourage exportation and discourage importation. Now, I don't intend to laugh, but it's interesting. It's an interesting conundrum here because you are saying that for us to be able to encourage and get people to export things or merchandise and co, there is need for the value to be devalued. That sounds good. Logically, economically sounds good. But the last time I checked, all the economists can't even seem to find their way out of this conundrum we find ourselves right now. Because their permutation, their projection, and their analysis and co, they are not working. This is my point. As long as that economic policy does not affect the life of the common man when it comes to household goods, then we are in trouble. Because what you have on the street, the restlessness, the crime rate, and this depression and all of these things happening is as a result of common man, as it were, not able to eke out a living, not able to fend for themselves. So any smart governments or policy makers have to be determined in ensuring that whatever policies that they come up with has to positively affect the common man. But the positive side of that is truly with the currency go with the way currency is going right now, anybody who can be in a position to export would definitely be in a vantage position. So we are not just looking at the Nigerian economy, how you can survive within this sphere, but how about you developing skill or going for information and knowledge, asking yourself, what can I do right now from where I am to put me in a financial, in a positive position financially to be able to be able to strive.
All right, fine. You know, some people would actually say that they really don't have enough time, that they work Monday to Friday, they work 9 to 5. But how can you really manage the 24 hours that we have in a day and still try to, you know, get a side hustle? Or maybe put differently, how can you manage your first job and a second job without having either of them suffer?
Awesome. Now, if I were to flip this camera, you realize that I'm actually working from the house right now. We did nights. Okay. You see, time is the most valuable resource we both have. Both the janitor and the CEO in the Fortune 500 have one thing, one equilibrium. I love to call it equilibrium. Is a unifier. Time. What you do and how you manage your time will determine where you'll be in the nearest, let's say 5 years from now, invariably.
All right, Mark, do we still have you there? It is really very okay, go ahead.
You keep complaining that you don't have time. How many hours in the day are you sleeping? Because...
All right, we seem to be having a connection issue there. Or it's Mark. Mark, can you hear us? Yeah, but just before we lost Mark there, we've been talking about how you can actually, you know, manage your time, be very efficient about it, because some people might even expect us to have like 36 hours in the day just to do all they need to do at the time. But you have to be a very effective or efficient time manager if you really want to plan your finances, your resources, and of course all of the other side hustles or second jobs that you might have in mind. Do we still have Mark there? All right, Mark, go ahead. We lost you at some point. Yeah, continue, please.
Okay, good. So it all comes to this. How are you able to manage your time? For you to be successful, you have to be a good manager of your time. We all have 24 hours in the day. Like I hinted earlier, I'm working from the house right now. I don't have to get to the road, drive from one end of the street or from one place to the other. If I can do what I can do now, look at what technology have afforded us. On a way back, I will have to be in your office, in your studio right now for us to have this conversation. But you are on one end and I'm on the other side, and we are having this conversation and we are having the best of our time. Why? Because we are maximizing the moment and the opportunity that technology throws at us. So if you don't have time, if I was a 9 to 5, what I would is to set up time. When did I get to the house from work? See, all the many things. I don't watch TV. I don't have no business with TV and all the frivolous things that do. Anything that will not translate and have a positive impact in my bottom line and develop me and position me to be more efficient, I have no business with that. Most people now want to devote a large chunk of their time to, aside the work. Your life is not all about the work. What do you do with the other extra time that you have?
Okay.
That is very important.
All right, okay, Mark, let's leave side hustles for one moment and let's see if we can bring leadership into all of this, because you will agree with me that some of the issues that we have in the country is related to the choices of leadership and some of the policies that we have. And I know on Friday you are celebrating excellence in leadership. Can you tell us more about that?
Okay, we've been on this for the past 7 years, and yours sincerely is the convener of Future Leadership Conference and Award, because leadership is critical. Africa is, over the years, have been defined as a dark continent. To me, that's a wrong way to describe a continent that is so full of potential and have a lot going on. This year, for instance, we are having the 8th edition on the 24th of this month, and the theme is very, very critical. The Renaissance, repositioning Africa for global relevance. And here we're going to be having a robust conversation on the African continent, the leadership of Africa, because we can no longer leave politics to politicians. We no longer need more politicians in leadership. Instead, we need more leadership in politics. Now, if you get that, the problem with Africa will be solved, because we are tired of having this situation where we have people coming to leadership, they clamor to be in leadership. We vote for them, they campaign, and they will tell you they would rather die if they don't get into politics. Then you give them the opportunities only for things. It's almost as if things get worse when they come into power. So what exactly is the reason for that? The reason for that is the lack of transformational leadership. And may I tell you this, it will take transform people to transform the society. The transformation that we seek in the nation, in the continent, in the office, in whichever demography, in whichever place, has to come from people, has to be people inspired, because the highest form of leadership is inspiration. Being able to inspire people to be the best version of themselves, being able to bring up changes, and this change comes from people. It doesn't come from machine. It's not from AI. AI doesn't regulate the systems and bring policy, come up with policies that can help to run the administration and the governance. No, it's going to take people. It's going to take ideology. It's going to take philosophy. So this is why we are having this conversation on the 24th, and we have people coming in from different places, different the continent in Africa. We have Dr. Sami, who will be flying in from Malawi.
All right.
We have Dr.
All right, so if we have to start going into details, that will be actually doing a proper market. But then we look forward to, seeing a more improved leadership in not just Nigeria, but in Africa. And of course, on Trust Plus TV will be there to cover and make sure that this talk of qualitative and exceptional leadership can actually be imbibed in society in Nigeria. Mark Idahi is a leadership coach and consultant, convener Future Leadership Conference and Award, which holds by the weekend. Many thanks for being a part of the show for this morning. And as we go on the show, we must say a very big thank you to all of our viewers who have sat back to watch, and we do appreciate you. My name is Justin Akadonye. Business Insight returns to your screen same time next time. Bye for now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
It's a long story, man, because after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right since when I was 9, from my primary school days, I love music. So I started working in a pure water company, where I was paid 15,000 naira in a month. I was earning a very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session, go to shows before you buy one or two, bus score for you to wear money don't finish, I went through so many challenges, man. After, I started working at Loot again, Loot, Lagos State,
Like
what? In what capacity?
Yeah, health attendant here. Okay. I worked for 8 years.
Wow.
You know, where I gathered all my salary just to make sure, you know, everything went well for me. But thank God, you know, after the OSU, you know, so many dirty jobs that I did then. But thank God today I'm here, you know.
Even while I was WAJE, you know, I was squatting with a friend. I couldn't afford a house. You know, I couldn't afford an apartment of my own in my early years as a musician, you know, and, you know, sometimes at some point it was from one friend's house to the other because you also have to be sensitive to some people. You get the way they go take change and for you said go find how you go, you understand? And even at that point, for every money that I made, I knew that my daughter was living with my mom. And I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, you know, work and give my daughter something, you know, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good, and it's seasonal, but they are made of the stuff that roses will grow from, so they'll be fine.
Being an entrepreneur in Nigeria has been very difficult. For me, I started my business over 10 years ago, so we're looking at about 12 years now. The challenges along the way have been, have been many, to say the least. But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the early days, but I think also having a business mind. So it's one thing to have passion, which is great, but you have to support it with a business mind. Absolutely, if you want to succeed and if you really want to scale in your business.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
Welcome to Plus Sports. This is another moment where you have to know what's going on in the world of sports. I am Mudashiru Shitu, and as always on the show, to be an interesting moment on the show. If you want to be part of the show, definitely you can join us on all our social media platforms, and we're streaming live on YouTube. So what happened this week has been so many issues as regards to sport, but we're concentrating on one particular sport that have been giving us so much promotion. Talking about Nigeria, I've been putting their personal effort in promoting this particular sport. Before this sport, some few days ago, we had the Super Falcons defeating Cape Verde 5-0, and that's been the talk of the town. So we shift our mind away from that sweet victory and take our mind to the sport called archery. And just some few days ago, we had the 2023 Archery Championship in Abuja, where several persons that put their resources together to promote archery in this country. And some of them just came back from Morocco, where they got bronze medals and they lifted up the Nigerian flag, green, white, green. And some of you wonder what archery is all about. And I'm sure some of you, if you're seeing it on your screen right now, you'll be saying that archery, what it is all about. Some know it as bow and arrow, just the bow and arrow for the sport, but it goes beyond bow and arrow. It has a technical and a scientific development to archery. So I'm expected to talk with my guests on the development of archery in Nigeria. Who am I expecting to talk with? I'll be talking to Olatayo Olaseyinde, who is the secretary of Archery Club in Abuja. So it's another moment. Also, we'll be hoping that we can also get the president of the club, Aliyu Abubakar, who has been doing so well to promote this club. So if all technical issues aside, we'll be hoping to talk with Olatayo Olaseyinde on archery. But that doesn't stop us from telling you what the video was like, the moment at the 2023 Archery Championship in Abuja. So we will go straight to Abuja and we will speak to several persons who have shared a moment of how archery has really affected them and the future of archery and the development of archery in Nigeria. So we'll go straight to this particular moment where perhaps some of you will be seeing this sport for the very first time. Some of you have seen the sport, or you are used to the traditional bow and arrow. This is not the traditional bow and arrow. This is about the technicalities and the techniques of the modern day archery sport. So enjoy yourself with these wonderful persons who have shared their opinions about archery.
I had anxiety a lot, so it was sort of my way of finding peace, because it requires a lot of patience, it requires a lot of concentration, and you sort of have to pay attention to what your body is doing. So it was a way to calm myself down. It started off as therapy, and now it became a profession. So it still inspires me. And then my teammates as well. I've met a bunch of people that are crazy as hell, but most loving people you ever meet, and the most interesting group ever. So yeah, they inspire me to keep pushing and to keep going, and thank them for that.
Archery is an elite sport. There are a lot of expenses associated with it, from equipment to travel, if we do compete, to even the cost of membership. It is quite expensive, so I would say it's an elite sport. In terms of what could be done to get more involvement, I would personally push for probably like the Ministry of Sports to subsidize competition, especially, right? Because you have to buy your tickets, you have to pay for accommodation, your feeding and all of that. So the Archery Federation, in partnership with the Ministry of Sports, I think would really go a long way helping subsidize these things. We have seen increased interest in the sport. My colleagues competed, I think they competed twice this year. They're gaining global recognition, and most of it has been funded privately. So the more funding we get, the more people will come on and really just put Nigeria on the map for archery.
The game of archery is an interesting game that, since I started on archery stuff, has given me this urge of like going higher in the tournament. I never know I can even shoot an archer, even though that I talk the bow. But yeah, am I today representing my field as a sport lady in the Nigerian Navy. And since the competition, I've been here for a long while. But knowing it comes of archery, there's this love that attached to the game. That when you start, it makes you want to go higher. It takes you up to a limit that like, you must beat this person. And so far, so good in the competition. The Lord has taken me where I am today to have medals, 4 or 5 medals in my own head.
On the future of archery in Nigeria, I believe that archery has a really bright future with the natural athleticism and enthusiasm of Nigerians. I believe that we can take archery to greater heights. We're already doing it. A couple of us, from different states in Nigeria that have gotten ourselves involved in archery. I've started doing things on the continental scene. We've started getting recognition, and I feel like, with a lot of awareness and a lot of promotion and a lot of government and corporate entities involvement in sponsorship of the sport, we'll be able to take the sport to greater heights.
Yes, that's the 2023 Archery Championship that took place in Abuja. And we'll be talking about the development of archery, while we have Olatayo Olaseyinde with us. We are trying as much as possible we can get him via Zoom, but it's good to have you on the show, Olatayo.
Good to be here too, Mudashiru. Thank you very much.
A wonderful tournament, and before we go to the 2023 championship, you can take us a little bit back memory, your involvement in the development of archery in Nigeria.
Well, my involvement hasn't been too long.
Okay.
I started archery in 2020, where, around the time we had the COVID sit at home, and that period was a time where, many people had, to reflect on things that they wanted to do with their lives. And, coincidentally, I come from a place where arrows are sharpened. The name of my hometown is Ilofa in Kwara State.
Okay.
And it's a place where arrows are sharpened. So, I just got in tune with what it means to come from that place. And, I just got really connected to bows and arrows. And as time went on, I came across a couple of friends that, we had the same flair for bows and arrows, and we started around that time. And we started with wooden arrows. We used to make PVC bows and wooden arrows. My president, the present president of Arch Club, used to be the one to make the PVC bows and arrows, and we started shooting at targets. After a while, we developed into started making target boards with patterns, and we now started importing bows and arrows, proper bows and arrows. And within 3 years, this is what we've been able to build, a club that teaches the game of archery. We've also been able to win a lot of medals and trophies across national championships. And we've also gone continental and won we've won at 2 different events. The Continental African Championships in South Africa last year, and most recently that in Tunisia about 2 weeks ago.
So with this, how come we got the ripple effect? A lot of people in your base in Abuja, what brought you guys together? Because that's just your own story, but you guys are a group of archers. So what brought your story together? The connectivity.
So it's quite simple. I had a friend by the name Damilola Sholademi. We used to hike together, and we also were in another group called Dog and Friends. We're dog lovers, and we used to connect on that. And we just had this conversation one day talking about bow and arrows, and it so happened that I had another friend that I just saw on his WhatsApp status. He was shooting the PVC bow, and I was like, "Wait, where are you doing this?" And he told me. Then I went and met up with him, and that's where I met our president. And we just spoke about the thing. We got interested. We were doing it every weekend. And one day we just told ourselves, you know what, we can actually make this into a club where people come to learn how to shoot the game of archery. And because we are self-taught, we didn't have like proper coaching. We just continued, with that flair. And before we knew it, we had registered the club. We had grown into a place where when we just put up stuff on our WhatsApp status, people kept asking, "Where's this happening? Where's this happening?" And people started coming. Then we now, organized it into a proper club where we could now train people. And we now had the opportunity, as the time went by, we had the opportunity to get people to join as members. And eventually, we had the opportunity to train the Nigerian Navy.
So beyond this, a lot of people, we want to know what the role the government have played. From your experience, what role has the government played to the development of archery? Because I've got several information that has to do with clubs like yours that brought about development of the sport. But what role do you think government have played in your own little involvement? Because there's always this collaboration, one way or the other, between the Federation of Archery and the club. So what role has government played in developing archery in Nigeria?
Well, to be frank, while we were, still at the beginner stage, the president of the Archery Federation of Nigeria, or the Nigerian Archery Federation, came looking for us. I think he heard about us, and he came and tried to tell us that, that there's a federation that exists, and we need to come join the federation. And he offered, he lent his hand of support. We should come, be registered under the Archery Federation and become a proper club recognized by government. And they also invited us to the Archery Championships in year 2021. So that was even the first time, we were at a proper championship event. And when we got there, we saw the archery team of the Nigerian police, and we thought they were very sophisticated when we looked at the kind of equipment they had as compared to ours. We felt intimidated at the initial stance.
Then we got involved shooting with them, and we learned a lot, and we now developed. So if you look at the role of government, yes, aside organizing competitions in Nigeria and making sure that there were the channels to which we went for our continental events, I can't really say much more than that. We would always love that government gets more involved in advertising, promoting, and discussing the game of archery generally, so people can even know about the game.
Well said, Olatayo Olaseyinde. But let me ask you this: what role is your club and several clubs trying to play to ensure that this sport spread to the grassroots? I think it's critical for development of the sport. But what role or what plans is in place?
Well, that's one of the key goals of Arch Club. When we started, we wanted to be able to spread our tentacles to every nook and cranny of the country. We had plans to be in every school, if allowed, and we've been doing that. Presently in Abuja, we're in 5 schools, right, where we teach the game of archery. We hope that we can extend to as many schools as possible. We've written to so many schools to be part of their extracurricular activities. In fact, at the point we thought, let's pursue the private schools. Then whatever monies we get from them, we use it to fund free archery in the public schools. But we realized that it really doesn't work that way. So as much as possible, every day we preach the game of archery. We try to let people understand that this is a sport that needs to be developed so much that people need to get away from the streets. Because what sport does in Nigeria. Once people get involved in sports, it's a uniting factor. People are off the streets instead of people just being wandering around aimlessly. People are involved in something meaningful via sports.
Well, sir, I'm sure viewers will be wondering as they see some of this your athletes playing. But there'll be challenges, obviously. What are the challenges you faced, and what are the challenges that obviously every other club or archer will face in this developing sport in the country? Olatayo.
One of the biggest challenge is very obvious, is the challenge of sponsorship. So archery is actually, an elite sport, right? It's an elite sport. It's a sport that is quite expensive. The equipment used are quite expensive. We have been able to collaborate with a couple of companies outside Nigeria to get bows, arrows, or equipment generally for cheaper prices than the standard prices you get out there. And if we had gotten sponsors, it would have been easier for us to be able to participate in competitions. It would have been easier for us to be able to reach out to more schools and all of that. So this is something that we use our ad-end monies to invest in this, just because we want to make sure that people have a feel of what it is to shoot an arrow at a target. So if we had gotten more support, or if we do get more support, of course, archery will have be bigger than this as it is. Another issue that we have, another challenge, which is quite major, is the fact that we do not have a professional coach. So, like I said, we were self-taught. We taught ourselves so many of all these things. We read so much about it, and we taught ourselves, and we kept correcting ourselves. And some of the expertise we've gotten have been outside the country. Using IG or using YouTube, any of the social medias, to connect with professional archers or coaches across the world, and they've been able to lend their support. But there's only much they can do from afar. If we have, a resident coach here in Nigeria, to make things really better.
So you saying that you and some of your teammates that went to Morocco were self-taught?
We went to Tunisia. Yeah, we are self-taught.
Yeah, thank
all
you
of
very
us.
much. You went to Tunisia to win the bronze medal. Was it a self-taught methodology, or because you did great in Tunisia and the old tabloid, the whole country were talking about you guys? Are you saying that skills and technicality that brought a bronze medal was self-taught?
Yes, it was self-taught. In fact, the best kind of professional advice or professional coaching that we got was from our experience in South Africa. So when we were in South Africa, it was obvious that these people are novices to the game in terms of the type of, because people actually see you and judge you from even the kind of equipment that you have. So from the kind of equipment we had, people just looked at us like we weren't serious. But because of how well we performed in South Africa, they even labeled us, the cool runnings of archery. They saw how enthusiastic we were and they loved it. So, some of the judges came to us and spoke about, oh, okay, we'll help you with this, we'll help you with that. Some other coaches, especially South African coaches, came and met us and said, if you invite us to Nigeria, we could help with this. But one thing that was, really nice about some of the people we met in South Africa, especially the team from Zimbabwe, the coach from Zimbabwe, was, she made us create like an exchange program, which we now had on WhatsApp. And, for every time we got to shoot, sometimes we, take videos of what we shot at, or the kind of shoot, anchor point and all those other technicalities during shooting, and she helps to correct them. So all the coaching we got was really from afar. We also, met with, one of the Olympic archers by name Seb. He has a bow shop in South Africa. The people at the bow shop are really nice to us. They took us to, when we got there, they helped to tune our bows. They helped to, just put them in proper shape. And every time we reach out to them, they give us, proper response.
Well said. Interesting. A good storyline for your effort. But in ranking, what place are you going to put our beloved country, Nigeria, in terms of archery?
Right now, presently, we're ranked at number 8 on the continent. Yes, we're ranked at number 8 on the continent.
Is there any West African country ahead of us in that ranking? Because I know that mostly that be ahead of us will probably be the North African country. Can you remember the 7 ahead of Nigeria?
No, there's none. I think we're the only West African country that is, I can't remember any West African country ahead of us.
Okay.
If you talk about East African countries and North African countries, yes, they are quite South, North, and East. Yes, I remember vividly. We have Mauritius well ahead of us. We have Zimbabwe. We have Kenya, I think. Yeah, so I think it's going to be North, East, and South, but I don't think there's any West African country ahead of us.
Okay, to our next topic. The 2023 Archery Championship that just ended a few days ago in Abuja. Tell us the overview of that championship. How many personnel attended, who they were, because I know the Navals were there. Tell us about, in terms of attendance, how impressive are those that came in comparison with the last edition?
Oh, trust me, this was the best. This was the best we've had. We had people from, of course, our club, the Arch Club. We also had people from the Navy. We had about 5 or so participants from the Navy. We had the Nigerian Police. This is the first time the Nigerian Police will be attending our event. We also had immigration. We also had Zen Archery, they are based in Lagos. They also came around and did well. So generally, in terms of clubs, we had the highest number of clubs, participate. We even had the Air Force. The Nigerian Air Force also was participated in the event. So it was the best we've had so far. We had about 30 archers. all together that participated in the games.
You observe if there's increase in desire of personnel that attended and those that attended this year and those that attended last year. Do you think that there's reasons as a club for you to continue promoting this club based on this championship that just concluded?
Sure. It's something that was laudable. What we expected, we got. I think we even overshot our expectations. To be real, because when people are making registrations for an event like this, I think generally Nigerians like to do the last minute approach. In fact, I also need to mention that there was a team too from Benin, a club too from Benin that also participated. So it was quite eventful. Of course, people are showing more and more interest. We had even people from the press, show interest. We had people from radio stations, show interest, this time around. So it was really good. And this event was opened by the president of Nigerian Archery Federation, and it was also closed by him and also another board member of the archery board in Nigeria.
The future, I'm sure sometimes after a tournament, based on experience and then reported, we will notice that is when you now get home, you now think of yourself, what should I have done? Why didn't I do this? So if there's anything you'd probably ask yourself, what do you think you should have done in this edition that you didn't do? You've got the publicity, everybody knows the tournament is going on, and what do you think you should have done that were missing in this tournament now that the tournament is over? I
believe that the publicity is not really enough, right? When I say not really enough is until we start having other mainstream media come cover our event, I don't think the publicity is enough. So, so if in terms of publicity, yes, when we have other mainstream media come on board, then that's when we'll be satisfied. But in terms of, the improvement we made between the last championships and this one, I can bet you that we've learned a lot. Even the type of whistle system that they use all across the world, we're able to employ that. The kind of screens that shows the archery clock and all of that, we're able to employ that this time. And of course, when a regular archer, I'm not even talking about organization now. A regular archer, when they are done with a particular archery game, sometimes they are sleeping and they are remembering, the move they should have made, how they should have shifted to the left or to the right, how they should have, shot against the wind and all of that. So for me, as an organizer and an archer also, of course, I experienced that, It's just like playing the game of chess. If anybody has been involved in chess, you are sleeping and you're thinking about moves that you should have made. So it's the same thing with archery, And this time during our event, for the first time ever during our event, because we usually have it at the end of the year when there are no rains, this time there was heavy downpour and we still had to shoot. Yeah, we still had to shoot in the rains. And the reason why we went ahead with shooting in the rains was in international events, nobody's going to stop the archery game because of rains. We experienced that in South Africa and we learned from it. So we needed to, get our archers up to speed with that kind of system. So we actually continued and yes, it was a challenge to a lot of people, but, even for us, I think we'll just be better prepared for the rains next time.
Okay. Now, the next year edition, what should be expecting in the next year edition that you want in terms of development? And also, I can see the venue your club used. Someone would have suggested the stadium, the Abuja National Stadium, if the place would not be expensive at least. But this particular place seems to be like a very wonderful place. What's the place like? Because I can imagine an arrow going above the fence. What security measures did your club put in place for this tournament?
Okay, so if you look at our club, right, or if you have had the opportunity to come around to where we shoot, so the longest range that we have is 30 meters, and behind the 30 meters board, we have arrow catchers, and even after the arrow catchers, we now have like a bamboo fencing to be able to stop arrows from, going over.
Sorry, Olatayo, the arrow catchers are at the back of the fence.
No, the arrow catchers they're like a cotton-like. They're cotton-like. They are meant to stop arrows from going beyond where the arrow catcher is. So, in the case where an arrow catcher cannot catch an arrow because of the speed, right, or because of the velocity is coming out, we have the bamboo fencing to be able to stop those kind of arrows. Meanwhile, just directly behind the bamboo fencing is what we have. We have a canal.
Okay.
So it's not like people live behind there, or so there's a canal. So at the end of the day, the worst that will happen is you lose your arrows to the flowing water in the canal. Okay. But for talking about our plans for the next edition, we already have plans to have that at the stadium. In fact, we even have plans to go beyond the 30-meter range that we shoot during our competitions. So next time we'll be shooting at 50 meters for the recurve and the compound bow category, so that we standardize it to what is obtainable outside the country.
Okay, what's that? We'll let our viewers speak to some of your athletes. So we'll be going to the event proper, where we had you speaking also, and some other athletes that spoke about what archery has done for them. Don't go away. Let's speak with you and the rest of your club members on what archery has done and the future of archery. When we come back, we'll still be talking to you Olatayo Olaseyinde.
Thank you very much.
I had anxiety a lot, so it was sort of my way of finding peace, because it requires a lot of patience, it requires a lot of concentration, and you sort of have to pay attention to what your body is doing. So it was a way to calm myself down. It started off as therapy, and now it became a profession. So it still inspires me. And then my teammates as well. I've met a bunch of people that are crazy as hell, but most loving people you ever meet, and the most interesting group ever. So yeah, they inspire me to keep pushing and to keep going, and thank them for that.
Archery is an elite sport. There are a lot of expenses associated with it, from equipment to travel, if we do compete, to even the cost of membership. It is quite expensive, so I would say it's an elite sport. In terms of what could be done to get more involvement, I would personally push for probably like the Ministry of Sports to subsidize competition, especially, right? Because you have to buy your tickets, you have to pay for accommodation, your feeding and all of that. So the Archery Federation, in partnership with the Ministry of Sports, I think would really go a long way helping subsidize these things. We have seen increased interest in the sport. My colleagues competed, I think they competed twice this year. They're gaining global recognition, and most of it has been funded privately. So the more funding we get, the more people will come on and really just put Nigeria on the map for archery.
The game of archery is an interesting game that, since I started on archery stuff, that's given me this urge of like going higher in the tournament. I never know I can even shoot an archer, even though not the bow. But yeah, am I today representing my field as a sport lady in the Nigerian Navy. And since the competition, I've been here for a long while. But knowing in terms of archery, there's this love that attached to the game. That when you start, it makes you want to go higher. It takes you up to a limit that like you must beat this person. And so far, so good in the competition. The Lord has taken me where I am today to have medals, 4 or 5 medals in my own head.
On the future of archery in Nigeria, I believe that archery has a really bright future with the natural athleticism and enthusiasm of Nigerians. I believe that we can take archery to greater heights. We're already doing it. A couple of us, from from different states in Nigeria that have gotten ourselves involved in archery. I've started doing things on the continental scene. We've started getting recognition, and I feel like, you know, with a lot of awareness and a lot of promotion and a lot of government and corporate entities involvement in sponsorship of the sport, we'll be able to take the sport to greater heights.
It's greater heights, and that's Olatayo Olaseyinde, the secretary, who is my guest on the show. Yes, Olatayo, before we round up the show, I was carried away by the cost of this bow and arrow. Let me use that word. What's the cost? I mean, what's the cost to get a bow and arrow?
Bows have different costs attached to them. You know, from the regular beginner's bow to like a professional bow, you know, it ranges. You know, it ranges from probably upwards of 70,000 to, you know, some up to 500,000 for a regular recurve bow.
Is it with the complete set or just the?
No, I'm just talking about the bow. I'm not even talking about arrows or quiver or any of all these other things attached to it. Some ranges up to. Trust me, if you want a bow of 1 million naira, you're going to get.
Definitely.
If you want a bow of 1 million naira, you're going to get. And for the compound bow, which we actually did use in the events both in Tunisia and in South Africa, those bows cost average of $2,500 to $3,000.
I mean, it's really the game for the rich, and but definitely I know that Olatayo, you're doing so well to ensure that everybody plays this sport. My last question for the show: what do someone needs to have? Is there an inbuilt ability that an athlete who wants to participate in archery will have, or it just needs to be motivated and encouraged? Because I think there's some other sports, some sports that you have to have an inbuilt ability to partake in it. Does that apply to archery?
So I think I've mentioned this a couple of times, that I think archery is the only game that I know that you do not need a special skill to be involved, and it's not restricted to any age. So, for instance, in archery, you can have somebody 60 years old, you know, start playing shooting archery and become very good in archery. All you just need to do is to be able to listen, to be able to breathe, to be able to find an anchor point, and be able to point a bow at a target. If you are able to do all of this and you're able to be calm, you'll be able to shoot arrows. And I also, it's very interesting to know that at our club, you know, we have lots and lots of women, ladies, come try out the game of archery. And at a point, you know, we had even more ladies in the club than guys. So it's something that anybody can actually take up and be good at.
On a lighter note, as we round up the show, I know there were trophies and be giving medals, be giving. Were you lucky, let me use that word, on the more lighter note, that you're part of those that won the trophy? Or because I saw, were you part of those that won the trophy at the competition and the championship? And what was your position? Because I know you are more than just an administrator.
Okay, so in the last championships that we had, you know, I got involved in only one game, and that was the compound bow, 30 meters compound bow category. And in that particular category, I won the silver medal, while Emmanuel Eleke won the gold medal in that category. But for other categories, there are quite a lot of other categories. There's the recurve male 20 meters, there's the 30 meters, there's the mixed category, and there's the bear bow category also. So we had Habib, you know, win a total of 8 gold medals. He has trained all year to be that good, and he was able to actually explore all of that, you know, and came up with 8 gold medals. He was the most decorated archer of that tournament. We also had on the female side Hareke. She also trained very well for that, and she was able to make away with 4 gold medals.
Yeah, lastly, and for the show, time is no longer our friend. Emmanuel Oyeleke seems to be like the face of archery in Nigeria. I met him some years ago in Lagos at Roe Park. And he has been with his dreadlock. We just saw him. I hope you can see those pictures, videos again. What face? Who can we point as? I'm sure you're also there. You're on the podium in Tunisia. That's Emmanuel Oyeleke there. He was also on the podium in Tunisia. Is there any face ready that we can say, or there are several faces that we can say, these are the face of Nigerian archers? That's Emmanuel Oyeleke on dreadlock there. And I'm sure I met him in Roe Park some years ago in competition. I came second. What other names are there in Nigeria for archers?
Trust me, if you are going to be calling names, when you're calling Emmanuel Oyeleke, you're calling Olatayo Olasende, you definitely call Damilola Sholademi. You also call Kachalom Einei, and you also call Rotimi Williams. They've done Nigeria proud, and we're always proud of them.
You didn't call your name?
I did. Olatayo Olasende. Okay. That was the second person I called.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for making Nigerian proud. Thank you for giving us a bronze medal in Tunisia and many other. Also, what you've done for archery in South Africa, Nigeria, and I'm sure the ripple effect is across the nation. We hope that by the time we talk about archery again, that the developments must have gone through beyond Lagos and Abuja. Thank you very much, Olatayo Olasende, who is the secretary of Archery Club in Abuja. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to have been on this show.
Yes, that is another fantastic moment on the show today. I'm sure if you want to be an archer, you can just quickly listen over join us on all our social media platform, our YouTube, so that you can hear more on how to become an archer. Some can be self-taught, like Olatayo Olasende, and some of them, they taught themselves about this sport, and it brought them medals in Tunisia and exploit in South Africa. So you can check on YouTube to get more, but if you want to check on YouTube to get more, first of all, check us on our YouTube page about what the development of archery and what archery as a sport is all about. And that's all on today's program. I want to say a big thank you for being part of today's program. Thank you very much for your time. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. And don't forget, tomorrow, 11 p.m. is our Plus Sport special, where we'll give you more entertaining and more exclusive news in the world of sport. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Bye for now.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Black entrepreneurs face significant challenges when starting and growing businesses. Many have a hard time accessing the resources they need due to what they say is discrimination and sometimes bias. However, some successful business Black entrepreneurs have found ways to overcome these obstacles. The Black Startup Series is a new documentary series about successful Black-owned business founders in America. It is produced by Ethiopian-American filmmaker Net Araya, who is currently screening the series to audiences in colleges around the country. He joined me to talk about the series and the importance of financial literacy in Black communities. Let's take a look.
Well, Jackson, I'm ready to showcase a new film and financial literacy tour called the Black Startup Series. And it's a 3-part documentary series that spotlights startup stories of successful Black-owned business founders. And the goal with this project is to be able to really shed some clarity around entrepreneurship and financial education within our global Black community.
Especially among the Black community.
Absolutely.
How did your work as an entrepreneur inform this project you're working on right now?
Yeah, so as a filmmaker and entrepreneur, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to travel the world. So I've been to places like Ethiopia, Senegal, all over the Middle East, and I've seen that there is a surplus of talent within our global Black community, but also a scarce of access to opportunity. So as we all know, access is the cornerstone of power, and I've noticed that talent is universal, but the access to opportunity is not. So now with this documentary, we're providing access to diverse number of stories of representation that we all can see ourselves in.
I mean, I've had you on the show a couple of times, starting way back in 2019. Right. And then 2020, we caught up again, but this time we were in lockdown at the beginning of the pandemic.
Right.
You had a new venture going on. How was it starting a business during the pandemic?
It was interesting because essentially I was supposed to be a passive investor for a brick and mortar coffee business, but we changed our brick and mortar to a click and order business model where we turned Ground Zero into a supplying company.
Your company was called Ground Zero.
Ground Zero
Yes.
Coffee, East African coffee company focused on community impact through social impact. And that's what we did. We just started delivering coffee, quality coffee at people's convenience to their doorsteps. And it transitioned into being a big supply company where we supply Walmart now. We're in the Walmart marketplace to different hotels, coffee shops. And now it's able to fund and fuel a lot of my community-based initiatives.
In 2019, when we first connected, you had a documentary you were working on. Why don't you remind our listeners what that was about?
Yeah, we go way back, Jackson. When I first started in 2019 with that new documentary, it was focused on mental health within our global Black community and ways that we can be able to destigmatize mental health and be a little more comfortable talking about the silent issues that often go on inside all of us. So I went through a lot of opportunities where I was touring, sharing the film, increasing conversation awareness around mental health, and it led me now to a new project where we're now focused on entrepreneurship within our global Black community.
Right, and we'll get to that, but then you started your coffee business. We went through the pandemic. It's almost 2.5 years now. How are things looking for you?
It's amazing. The coffee business now funds and fuels the community-based initiatives, and one of them is happening right now.
Right. How did your work as an entrepreneur inform this project you're working on right now?
Yeah, so as a filmmaker and entrepreneur, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to travel the world. So I've been to places like Ethiopia, Senegal, all over the Middle East, and I've seen that there is a surplus of talent within our global Black community, but also a scarce of access to opportunity. So as we all know, access is the cornerstone of power, and I've noticed that talent is universal, but the access to opportunity is not. So now with this documentary, we're providing access to diverse number of stories of representation that we all can see ourselves in.
So the documentary series, 3 parts, right? It tells the stories of Black entrepreneurs, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the things that you want people to learn from? What is the message, the overarching message in this series?
Yeah, I want to help aspiring entrepreneurs become successful business owners. That's one aspect. And then I also want to be able to shed light and awareness about some amazing Black-owned businesses and connect them with investors. Something interesting that I came across during my studies is that $83 trillion is invested in venture capital and private equity, but only less than 1.3% is invested in women and people of color. total.
Less than
1.3%
Wow.
is invested
That's
in women
a
and
very
people of color.
small figure.
Right.
So how do we increase that?
That's what we're here to talk about, and those are the major questions I'm wrestling with. So the goal is, with this Film and Financial Literacy Tour, to focus on ways that we can make opportunities and capital more accessible within our global Black community and make entrepreneurship more attainable. So these are the type of conversations that's listed in the documentary that we want to spark within our community.
So what is the gap? Why is there less money going towards Black entrepreneurs? Is it because they don't know how to access these resources? Is it because the owners of these resources are not willing to invest in these Black businesses?
You know, it's important that we focus on Black-owned business, not as charity, but as lucrative business opportunities for investors to really invest and grow significant profit. So I think there's an educational, there's a bit of educational gap within Black-owned businesses, because I don't think we have the access to education resources as we need to. We're good at starting business because I think we're very entrepreneurial at spirit, but scaling has its own different challenges, right? And scaling requires a significant amount of knowledge base and resources in order to kind of improve the business and bring awareness to investors, for them to really identify opportunities that really can profit.
And in this series, you feature some entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs. What did they tell you is the thing that made them get ahead of the game?
Black persistence, at its core. I met so many people within this documentary, and they were telling me their story of how persistent they were and consistent they were in being able to attain great business success. So these individuals were people that were very curious, that were relentlessly resourceful, and they really were able to overcome so many challenges to get to where they are. And they have been on Vogue, they've been in New York Times, these people were in the Met Gala, doing some incredible things. So I'm really inspired and excited for the world to see it.
Did you see yourself in some of their stories?
I did. Even my story with Ground Zero Coffee, and being able to really relate to their story of being persistent, especially when you hear no's all the time. And I tell people all the time that, one yes can change the trajectory of your life. But the question is, how many no's are you willing to go through to get to that one yes that will change your life? And these people are people that are relentless to get to that one yes.
They've gotten so many no's, but that one yes has been the thing that has actually given them access to...
Absolutely. Yeah. And most importantly, they said yes to themselves. They were able to see the greatness in themselves before they were able to amount to great things.
I like
and
that.
That's what I want the film, that's what I want a lot of people to see within the film, that these are amazing people and you can see yourself in them, but it's important that we say yes to ourselves, our own ideas, our own entrepreneurship business concepts, and really step out and make it happen.
Aside from access to resources, what would you say is the thing or some of the factors that impede Black entrepreneurship?
One of them, I think, is just access to education, because I think it's important for us within the ideation stage of business development to not just think about just starting a business to start a business, but really think about incrementally scaling, or eventually looking at ways for the business could be acquired or going IPO. A lot of these have gatekeepers, and it's important that we understand that how we can get access to the information early within the ideation stage of business development, so that we can be a little more strategic and sustainable as a business and community.
And who are you targeting with it? Is it the people that, is it people in the Black community? Is it the people who are the resource holders?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little bit of both, right? Because it takes a partnership, right? I heard that, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together, right? Yes. So I think it requires investors, a community of investors, startup founders, and different people, professionals, to really get together and really look at ways to really elevate business and community.
Tell us some of these people, some of the stories of the people that you feature in these stories.
Well, the first one is Paola Mate. She's a Haitian-American entrepreneur that came from Haiti to America, and she was based in New Jersey, then moved to New York. She was managing many different restaurants and decided she wanted to launch her own luxury head wrap brand. And from there, now she's been able to transition to Austin. She has a storefront, beautiful store, and she does so many different things. She does workshops for young Black women, like head wrap workshops, and she's doing some exciting things. Another one is Kobla Tate, CEO and co-founder of Break the Box, which is a home ownership empowerment program helping Black professionals get into home ownership. And then the last person is JP, and JP has his own company called JP's Pancake Company. He launched the first gourmet pancake food truck in Austin, Texas.
Wow.
So these are stellar, successful entrepreneurs in 3 different industries that are dominating the game right now.
What are some of the tips that you can give, financial literacy tips, so financial tips to people who have aspirations to be entrepreneurs?
I think one of the first things that I've learned that's helped me within my financial literacy journey was to see my life as a business and to understand that you are the CEO of your life. And the way you manage your life is the way you'll manage your business. So if you understand how to really manage and budget, and I think budget has its own negative connotation within our community because we think it's full of restrictions and self-deprivation, but it's not about self-deprivation. It's about self-awareness. So because at the end of the day, you put your money where your values are, right? And where your values are is where you're going to go in life. So I think having a budget and looking at where you get your income, where you get your expenses, where you spend your money on, really is very telling of kind of like the relation that you have with finances. So I think creating a budget, having a good mindset about a budget, it doesn't have to be restrictive, it can actually be empowering. Second thing I would say, financial discipline. What good is financial literacy if you don't have financial discipline, right? So financial discipline is important, right? We need to really be disciplined, and if you need
You
help,
can't just keep spending and spending.
you can't keep spending,
Right.
And with that, garner some accountability, Get with people that are around the same level, or a bit ahead of you, so that you can be able to get a network. And we all know that, your network is your net worth. So I think accountability, financial discipline, and creating a budget, understanding that you need to manage your life first before you start managing business. I think that's a huge tip.
What is the first step to being an entrepreneur? Is it having an idea? Is it acquiring the resources to start the business? Is it a self-belief? Where does one gain that confidence to say, let me do this, I want to do this?
Yeah, I've heard long ago, and I was actually reading this in a book. To start a business, it takes more courage than knowledge. To scale a business takes more knowledge than courage. So I think for entrepreneurs, it starts with our creativity. It starts with our entrepreneurial spirit. It starts with us being able to see a need, a void, and being willing to step in within that gap to really
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good afternoon, I am Sade Uwe, and this is News Update. The NAF spokesman, Edward Gapquet, has confirmed the crash of a Nigerian Air Force helicopter. The crash occurred in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, this morning. The helicopter with the number NAF M135P crashed at exactly 7:45 a.m. shortly after it took off for an operation against economic saboteurs in Rivers State. In a statement, he said all those on board survived, though they sustained minor injuries and are being attended to at the NAF Medical Center in Port Harcourt. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has stated that the soldiers who invaded the Adamawa State Police Command headquarters last week and killed an inspector will be facing a standing court-martial, while urging the leadership of the army and the police force to settle their differences. Some policemen were injured and one killed during the clash, which was launched by troops of the Nigerian army on the Adamawa State Police Headquarters in Yola. Military armored carrier was used to attack the police headquarters around 11 p.m. last Tuesday. To solve the rift between the security agencies, the Chief of Defense Staff on Thursday led principal staff officers of the Defense Headquarters on an official visit to the Nigerian Police Force at Louis Edet House, Abuja. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says gunmen have attacked the residence of its resident electoral commissioner in Lokoja, Kogi State. The commission, in a communique made available to the media, said the attack happened at 3:30 a.m. today. It's noted that the armed men engaged security personnel in a gun battle for over 30 minutes until reinforcement arrived. The commission called for a thorough investigation and enhanced security protection for its personnel and assets in Kogi State. The All Progressives Congress APC in Kogi State has called for the immediate arrest and prosecution of the governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Muritala Yakubu Ajaka, in the November 11 governorship poll in the state. Fanwu alleged that the same arsonists attempted to burn down the Kogi State government house, which was followed by security agents.
Now is the time to arrest Muritala Yakubu Ajaka before he throws Kogi into a state of anarchy. Democracy is the expression of the wishes of the people. Those wishes have been expressed freely, and no amount of bullets can silence the voice of the ballot. We are calling on the police, DSS, and other security agencies to immediately arrest the slide to anarchy by arresting Muritala Yakubu Ajaka and his co-swimmers in the pool of violence. We have cautioned our supporters to remain calm, and the call will be more effective if the anarchists are immediately apprehended and prosecuted. We have it on good record that Muritala Yakubu Ajaka and the SDP, as well as their internal and external collaborators, have imported their devil talks into the state to kill, maim, and destroy critical infrastructure in the state.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has withdrawn the money laundering charge filed against the former Attorney General of Lagos State, Olasupo Shasore. Shasore was arraigned alongside his company, Middlesex Investments Limited, on a 14-count charge of money laundering before Justice Inyang Eko in November 2022. At the day's proceedings, counsel for the EFCC, Bala Sanga, told the judge that the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, has directed the anti-graft agency via a letter to withdraw the charge. The former Lagos Attorney General had represented Nigeria in the P&ID case, in which the federal government accused Shasore of compromising the case in favor of P&ID. A Kwara State High Court sitting in Ilorin, the state capital, has sentenced the Sakin Fulani of Kwara State, Usman Ado, and 2 others to life imprisonment for kidnapping. The 3 kidnapped won Abubakar Ahmad and collected a ransom of 1 million naira before his eventual release after 20 days in captivity. Delivering her judgment, Justice Adenike Akinpelu found Sakin Fulani and the 2 others guilty on the 2-count charge in accordance with Section 15 of the Kwara State Anti-Kidnapping Law.
They kidnapped a man, one Abu. He was kidnapped, and after his kidnap, he was taken to Sobi Barracks. So the defendants here, they are parties to how the ransom was collected and paid. So in fact, they even share from the proceeds of that ransom. So the main accused, who is a military officer, is nowhere to be found. But the court is of the view that this is a mandatory sentence by virtue of Section 15 of the Kwara State Anti-Kidnapping Law. So that the court has no discretion in reducing the terms of imprisonment, and that was why the court rightly sentenced them to life imprisonment.
The 3 accused were subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment on each of the 2 counts, both of which are to run concurrently. The Benin Traditional Council has moved to clarify reasons dukes known as eniges can't be addressed as traditional rulers owing to the structure of the Benin Traditional Institution. The
traditional chieftaincy title of Enogi of any community in Benin Kingdom is the creation of the Oba of Benin and under the authority of the Benin Traditional Council. Upon appointment, an Enogi is assigned as a chief of the Oba Palace to a community as a representative of the Oba of Benin in that community. But never, I emphasize this, but never as a traditional ruler, as there is only one traditional ruler in the whole of the Benin Kingdom. Despite this unambiguous Benin tradition, which is well codified in existing laws, members of the print and electronic media are resorted to erroneously addressing the enige of the various communities in Benin Kingdom as traditional rulers.
He admonished the media organizations cut across print and broadcast, as well as members of the public, to discontinue the further referencing of Enoge Duke as traditional rulers.
Take notice, please, that any further breach of this traditional protocol
of Africa, that they had not heard from him since October 18 and denounced abusive arrests and searches targeting some of them. Since he was overthrown on July 26th by a military coup, Mohamed Bazoum has been sequestered in his presidential residence with his wife and son. According to the lawyer, the homes of a niece of Mohamed Bazoum and that of another relative were searched Tuesday in Niamey. Niger has been ruled since July 26th by a military regime led by General Abdulrahman Tiani. Heavy fire was reported in Guinea-Bissau's capital on Friday morning, hours after some National Guard soldiers went to free a detained minister and a senior state official. Members of the National Guard took the officials before seeking refuge in barracks south of the capital. Finance Minister Suleiman Saidi and Antonio Montero, the Secretary of State for the Treasury, had been detained amid investigations into the alleged irregular withdrawal of $10 million of state funds. And in outside Africa, Israeli warplanes resumed pounding Gaza as Palestinian civilians fled for shelter, and rocket sirens blared in southern Israel on Friday as war resumed after a week-old truce ran out with no deal for extension. Barely 2 hours after the truce expired, Gaza health officials reported that 35 people had already been killed and dozens wounded in airstrikes that hit at least 8 homes. The Israeli military announced it had resumed combat operations and its warplanes were striking the enclave, accusing Hamas of violating the truce, first by firing rockets and failing to free all the women it was holding hostage. And in entertainment, American superstar Drake made it as the most streamed artist in sub-Saharan Africa, followed by Burna Boy, who became the most streamed African artist in sub-Saharan Africa for the second time after 2022. Ashake, Davido, and Omah Lay made it to the top 10, indicating Nigeria's preeminence in the continental music scene. Top Afrobeat acts and songs that became hits during the year were included, regardless of when they were released. And in sports, Nigeria international Victor Osimhen's departure from Napoli is almost looking certain after Italian football transfer expert Fabrizio Romano said the striker was unlikely to renew his contract with the Italian champions. Osimhen has been linked with several European clubs, with English Premier League duo Chelsea and Arsenal leading the race for the Nigerian. Napoli, however, risked losing the Nigerian in January or next, whose current contract with the Partenope is set to expire in 2025. Osimhen recently returned to Napoli squad after recovering from an injury sustained during Nigeria's match against Saudi Arabia. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We're at the pyramids of Meroe, the graves of the kings and of the queens of Meroe in northern Sudan along the River Nile. An empire which stretched from here in Sudan all the way to Jerusalem, to the southern Lebanon, where the 25th dynasty of the pharaohs was contesting the world with the Assyrians. So we're in a very, very historic place, in a very symbolic place as well for this ancient civilization of Sudan. What's not obvious is the diversity of the people, first of all, but also the diversity of the landscapes. From a basically tropical, full of water south to a desert, this is one thing. The other thing is also the depth of history. It's easy to hear that, yes, there are more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt, but you really have to ask people and to read up in order to understand, if you're not a specialist of this history, in order to understand what this actually represents here. And it's not just the place we are here now at. Simply one of the great civilizations of this world, which has conquered and defended and conquered again and lost and conquered again big swaths of the antique world, and who has measured itself against the other big civilizations at the time. And somehow there is no way this cannot have an impact until today. And I think that's part of what you feel simply as you walk around. But you need to dig a little bit or to travel a little bit to places where hardly ever anybody comes to, like the one we are here, the heart of an ancient super kingdom. In Sudan, you can walk in Khartoum at night, you can sit down anywhere, drink coffee or a tea, and nobody will bother. Not because they ignore you or they disrespect you, but they don't bother. You're just part of being there, and that's fine for everybody. It's this incredibly generous, open-hearted atmosphere of people who are just incredibly nice. I have not seen that anywhere else. And it's something I personally have the impression nobody knows who has not been to Sudan. You really have to be here to understand what it means to encounter people who are so at ease with themselves and that they can be so generous with everybody else. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. We have seen over recent decades a brutal civil war in the south, which has led to the split up of the country in two. Then everybody is aware of Darfur with untold suffering. And we are still in a situation where you have, both in Darfur, ongoing remnants of this big conflict. It's smaller now, but it's still there. And where you have, in the south of Sudan, in two states, Blue Nile and South Kordofan particularly, where you have a combination of displacement, refugees, and ongoing fighting, which continues to affect tens and hundreds of thousands of people in this country. Yes, we are assisting with food. Yes, we're assisting with health or education or bringing families back together. But in the end, it's about the dignity of the people. Where you see it maybe most, in the work we're doing here in Sudan, most immediately, is when somebody who cannot walk anymore because he or she lost a leg is then suddenly able to lead a normal life because this limb has been artificially replaced. And it's not artificial dignity, it's real dignity, but through an artificial means. So this giving back some self-respect to people who have gone through the worst in life is something which makes you get up in the morning and want to do more of that. What gives me, in the end, the biggest joy is to be able to make a difference for individuals, for an individual human being who is affected by a horrible environment. Yes, we do work for numbers, but in the end, you look at the difference you can make to one person and to these many one persons.
I think the Lost Boys was crafted, I think, somewhere in Russia, if I recall it well, in history. Okay, and we had the same similarities, where almost more than 90% of the population that went to Panyundo were all boys, and they had one thing in common: running away from the danger. As the war began in 1983, and that war reaches almost the community in all South Sudan. And in 1987, I became one of the Lost Boys that was displaced by the war, When we reached, we were about 1,000 Lost Boys that left from the area. We had a trek until we reached Ethiopia in 1987. It was actually one of the first painful experience that I had because as a young boy, could be between 9 and 12 years old, because not knowing my exact age, we had a lot of problems on the way, and one of the problems was starvation, as you can imagine. Water was a big, and wild animals on the way. We left again in '92 until we reached a place called Nairus, which is very near to Kapoita. We stayed for a few months. Then UNHCR took us to Kakuma, and that where I was registered as a refugee in Kakuma in 1992. There was a refugee settlement that was meant only for Lost Boys, and that started in 1998. And I had my toughest decision that I had to make, because at that time it was about 10 years or 11 years not knowing where my relatives are, and I was thinking, do I have to take a decision to go to America where I don't know how our people, maybe are they all dead or what had happened? So I decided to go to America, and in 2001 on April 8th I left Kakuma. Then I reached in Atlanta, Georgia, April 10th, 2001, and that decision was really a best decision that I ever made, because I was I've been writing a lot of RCM, the Red Cross messages, to my relatives, and there's no reply. From I think I started in '94 until 2001. I couldn't get any reply at all, and I was thinking maybe there's nobody that's alive, and therefore I decided, okay, I have to go to America. The life is different, food's different, and I remember when I was with my American friends, they have different foods, and also it was tough even for us to get enrolled into universities and colleges. When I earn $1, I have to find out my parents. And I happened to talk with my brother for the first time in 2004. I was relieved. I was totally relieved. And I could know who is dead, I could know who is alive, I could know, and I was relieved then. So after independence of South Sudan in 2011, I decided, I thought, we have a country that we can all build together. And then I came here. Then when the war, the crisis started in December 15, 2013, I had to be evacuated. And I remember they were telling me to go to Nairobi. I said, no, I'm not going to Nairobi. I will go to Ganyel. I think I was unemployed for about 7 months, 8 months. And then I finally get a job with ICRC in June of last year. We are doing a medical evacuation today, leaving Ganyel to Nyal, which is north of here, about 25 minutes or 30 minutes flight. So unfortunately, some cattle raiders came and attacked a village and 2 cattle, about 110 cattle, head of cattle, according to the local source. They have killed 2 people and wounded 4. Now we are going to evacuate a woman and a 3-year-old girl from Nyal because there is no good medical facility in Nyal, so we are evacuating them to Ganyal for a better treatment, operations, and then we'll also bring a caretaker together with that child. It's not me alone that decided to come back home. We had a lot of us that came back home that are even working either with the government or with the NGOs, or that are doing their private work as well. Unfortunately, we were all hoping to come home and build a home together. But some of us, most of us that did came, went back to America. And I'm one of the few that decided to stay because I was thinking it's not the right time for me to leave, because when your people are in danger, why would you have to go back? I'm always hopeful and optimistic that things will be better because this is the country that we all loved. This is our land, and we lost boys that have seen it all. And we want to have a better future. We have our country have a better future. And this is the hope that we are always praying for, so that this country can be better for all of us.
And welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uime Elijah, and on today's show we have interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, I am so excited about this event. It's a book launch. The role of women in nation building has been re-echoed through a book titled Belewura. The book, written by Associate Professor of Psychiatry and newspaper columnist Dr. Femi Olugbile, was unveiled in Lagos. Let's go see this one, and we will be right back.
It is the launch of the book Belewura. It reveals the untold story of gender politics in early colonial Lagos and Nigeria. The book encapsulates the historical foundation of Lagos and Yoruba land. It beams a searchlight on a woman, Alimotu Belewura, a heroine in Yoruba land. Dr. Femi Olugbile is the author of Belewura. He shares more insights into the content of his book.
In the course of my work, I met Alhaja Abibatu Mogaji, and I found her to be very powerful and very inspirational, despite the fact of her limited education. And then when I read history further and I discovered Belewura, who is actually a true historical figure, I found some commonalities between those three characters, and I decided to look further into the character of Kwelewura. And that's what I found was that many things that happened to her were emblematic of developments of Lagos in her time, and she had a very major impact. And a lot of those things can be transformational if the present generation can imbibe them.
The book is captivating and compelling as it offers a fresh perspective on lesser-known aspects of Lagos history. Dr. Olugbile believes that Kwelewura would deeply impact its readers.
All the children of Lagos should read about Kwelewura. They should read this book. I think it will help to connect them with their past and help them to recognize that they have within themselves great power that they need to tap into, they need to connect with, and they need to carry forward to help. There may have been some difficult things happening in the recent past, discouraging people and making them feel low about themselves. If they read empowering testimony about their actual past, then it can make people connect to their inner selves and lead their children to have great discoveries and open new vistas for better living for all of us. Again,
the reviewer, Bashorun J.K. Rondo, recommended the book to all and sundry, describing Kwelewura as brave and combative.
She, Kwelewura, was a powerful woman who had been groomed in the port by her illustrious mother. That was lost on me. And there are so many others that I couldn't feel. And if the Lord is not speaking, to further compound matters, the author occasionally lapses into racial profiling.
Olugbile has authored 6 books, including Lonely Men, Leader, 10 Ahead, Bartolika, Heroes, and the latest edition, Kwelewura.
Whilst Kwelewura was in charge of the market, women and men then, Abba Macaulay was practically the leader of the political leader as at then, and they both contributed a lot to what we now enjoy as our Lagos. So I'm very happy with the author for putting it down, and we also encourage other Lagosians and some other people that are very knowledgeable, that have experience, to share their experiences by putting it down so that generations yet unborn can go back to those books and read.
And this book will just complete history. And there are many more books like this that should come out to show the role of women. As for the author himself, I'm not surprised that he's such a wonderful author, because even as a psychiatrist, he's one of the best psychiatrists Nigeria has ever produced. So whatever he does very, very well.
Good morning, distinguished, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a fine morning in Lagos. Let's just assume that we are on a flight to Abuja and imagine what the captain will say. We have very good weather, a little drizzle, but definitely the flight is going to be smooth. So in case you experience any turbulence, please relax. We have very capable hands who are in control. And that brings me to welcoming very, very distinguished personalities that we have. When I look at the array, I see names that when I was still in the primary school, also I had them. They are trailblazers when you talk about the development and progress of Nigeria, and in particular, Lagos State in particular. I'm not here alone. I have also a colleague of mine that we will make sure that we have a very good outing today. I have Dr. Leke Oshuniyi, who is going to be my co-anchor. Please come on the... Dr. Oshuniyi, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Somebody wrote, he said, if you are going to be great, you need to do 3 things. You need to plant a tree, In those days, we used to say, you need to have a son.
Finally, on this episode of Plus Events, excellence is not a standard but a journey. It's a continuous process of striving for improvement, pushing boundaries, and setting new benchmarks. These were the submission of the chairman of CMS Grammar School Merit Awards 2023, Senator Akin Odunsi, in his opening remarks at the event, which was held at the school premises in Bariga, Lagos. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Grammarians from within and outside Nigeria are well represented here. The Venerable Adelaja Hall was filled to capacity with the old grammarians accompanied by their families, friends and loved ones as they relished the moment. And quickly, they settled down to the day's business. First was a citation of the chairman of the day, Senator Akin Odunsi. Senator Odunsi commended the commitment of members to excellence, which he said has remained the driving force behind the growth of the school.
As we come together to recognize and celebrate excellence, we acknowledge the toil and remarkable achievements of individuals, sects, chapters, and branches who have demonstrated exceptional performance, ingenuity, and a tireless commitment to preserving the great legacy of our alma mater.
This was followed by an opening remarks by the President, Old Grammarian Society, OGS, Cyril Ogbekene. The President said the concept of the Merit Award was ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution.
In hindsight, most, if not all, grammarians present here would agree that the concept of the Merit Award we run today is ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution. And the truth can say the fact that the ever-invigorating lyrics of the world's best school song resonates in the enduring culture of our armament.
Now, the awards proper. The Outstanding Grammarian Award went to late Venerable Dr. Yinka Omololu. In the Individual Merit Awards category, Adesonya Laide, Madweke Chike, Iyonda Olujide were among those honored.
On behalf of the operators of CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, we present this award to our distinguished old grammarian, Professor Adeleke Ogume from 1978-87. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Alaja Dinolo. This honor is well deserved and is long overdue. Congratulations on behalf of the whole Grammarian Society.
Some of the awardees spoke with Plus TV News. With so much nostalgia, they relieved how CMS Grammar School helped in preparing them for the future.
Awards like this are very significant because it encourages others to follow suit and to let you know that you are not a fool giving to others. So it kind of energizes you, it gives you more energy to do even more, So, and I pray by the grace of God, we have not started, we have only just begun.
With an air of fulfillment, the president of Old Grammarians, Cyril Ogbekene, spoke on the significance of the awards.
What we are celebrating today is excellence, is consistency, is focus and determination to be the very best that you can be. And that is what we are celebrating. We celebrate it for those who have left school. We celebrate it to inspire those who are still in school. There are people from the UK, Europe. There are recipients from OGS America, and in point of fact, OGS America has got a class or this branch set award. So that's as global as it is.
The first documented Old Grammarians Merit Award was held in 2001.
With the passage so far of what is my divinely predestined lifespan, I could never have dreamt of the opportunity to speak to a gathering of colleagues, friends, and relations in my alma mater before the bell tolls. My scholarly heritage sprouted from this school 76 years ago. It was here that I learned that the modeling of my life would be an exercise in futility, except it has a divine core. That was what Nisi Dominus Frustra means to me. In 1954, 69 years ago, I passed out of this school to face the realities of the wider world, armed to the teeth with all my might and determined to fly with my wings plumed. I was to sum up courage and scorn defeat, but never to forget Christ as the sovereign Lord as I press on with eager feet to climb up and on. I thank the global president of the Old Grammarian Society for recognizing that I and my colleagues must have done something these past 76 years to have kept the flame burning brightly ever. I cannot but remember some of my classmates of like minds, like Emeritus Professor Prince Samuel Adetola Adebonojo, the patron of the OGS Americas and UK Europe chapters, and High Chief Akike Disu of Eagle Paints, also a grand patron of the OGS UK Europe chapter. Among those in eternal rest are Venerable Shegun Bamishebi, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Dako Majebodumi, clinical pathologist, Professor Festus Yoshieni, biochemist, Professor Olabode Akindele, psychiatrist, Bolaji Akinsanya, surgeon, Chief Bola Ogulewe, Colonel Olu Akiyemi, Chief Babatunde Benson, Sam, and High Chief Ernest Adegule Shonekon, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and grand patron of the CMS OGS Americas in 2017, a position he held until his demise in 2021. May their souls rest in peace. Amen. I was the school prefect and the cricket captain in 1954. Without the arrogance of self-adulation, I have remained loyal to the ethics of school in my scholarly pursuits with a sense of responsibility to my alma mater.
He has done a lot and is still doing a lot. He's a very distinguished grammarian, and it's good to be here because I thought when the members of our OGS UK Europe are getting the Merit Award, I have to come and support them, and that's why I came here. I flew in yesterday night. Thank you so much for Dr. Babalola and the other members of the OGS UK Europe.
here now. Can we love this?
The recognition of the refinery contributions to the growth and development of serious chemistry areas and the Pan-American society. Congratulations.
All right, what's going on to every single person out there from the east, west, north, and the south, wherever it is you're watching us from, you're welcome to Plus TV Africa, and today it's Plus Events. Guess where we are? We're at the GC Fashion Weekend. It's amazing. GCB is known for doing this every year, and I can tell you one thing for sure. They come with all the designers, all the people, all the influencers, and every person that is making it happen in the world of fashion. Like, if you're talking fashion, GC Fashion Weekend brings it to you annually. Now, we are here to bring you everything that's about to happen here on the, I was going to call it a red carpet, but it's kind of a black carpet, right? Look around you, you'll see the amazing people. Everybody's here. Everybody's trying to make it happen. Everybody's buying something. Apart from buying, we're also networking. We're making things happen. And we're talking to people, basically. So if you are a fashion enthusiast, a fashion entrepreneur, a fashion designer, or a fashion fanatic, this is the place to be. GC Fashion Weekend is the place to be. My name is Miles, the 8th wonder of the world, and I will take you through this amazingness today, where we're talking to everybody and everybody that loves the world of fashion. Guess what? They even have chops, small chops, big chops, medium chops, large chops, any kind of chops you want. They have it here because I'm here for the food and I'm here for the fashion. As you can see, she looks amazing, by the way. We gotta go, right? When we get back, it's still Plus Events, and I'm here, Miles, 8th on the world. Don't go nowhere. Let's go. We are at the GT Fashion Weekend. It's amazing. Now, GCB is known for doing this every year, annually, and people, fashion designers from all over the globe, all over the continent, come around together here and make things happen. So, hey, we are here to have fun, to talk to some of the best designers in the nation and some of the attendees and see what they think about today's event, right? So do not go nowhere, don't move, don't stray. We promise to bring all the excitement, all the entertainment, all the fun, all the gifts, and all the glamour to your TV sets. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world, and let's go.
Well, it's a beautiful atmosphere. You can see it's everywhere. Everybody is busy here. You can see all different fashion houses, different fashion brands are here doing their thing. Come on, it's just beautiful here, man. I'm looking forward to an amazing show. Trust me, it's gonna be beautiful here, man. I just can't wait to see what's gonna happen next. Well, fashion has been just you expressing yourself from your inner self. You know, it doesn't really matter whatever you're putting on, so long as it represents your identity. That's fashion for me. Come on, that's what it is.
I'm expecting different brand, different. Honestly, I want to improve on my dressing, so I'm coming here looking out for more. But now I'm going around, I'm seeing different exciting things, so I'm really happy to be here.
This is my first time attending this, and
What do you think so far?
This is marvelous. This is marvelous. Like, they are very, they meet my expectation. Fashion to me is anything you do that you are not afraid to showcase to people.
Wow, it's amazing to be here. I'm coming all the way from the mainland. Every year I come to make this up. Yeah, I've been banking with GTB for a very long time, so I always get this special invitation. I used to think I'm the only one. I don't know, it's a lot of us banking with GTB. So
what are you expecting this year from this?
It has been amazing every year. It keeps improving. The place is like Europe, man. It's like I'm in Europe. It's like I'm not even away from Nigeria. So I always expect greatness from GTB. The G for them is always greatness for me, including my banking app and transactions. Everything about GTB is always extraordinary. So I expect the best all the time, and I know they're always going to give it. Me, fashion is everything. I'm a record producer, and I encourage all my artists to do fashion. Not just about the local wear, but any trending aspect of fashion, we encourage it, because music, fashion, design, lifestyle is all the same. So fashion for us is 100% like what we should be doing every day.
Fashion to me, what is fashion to me? I mean, just yourself, fashion to me, the way of life, just your attitude, your life, yourself. I mean, just be what you want to be in fashion, yeah.
Wow, all I can say, the fashion week is awesome. I really like what I'm seeing. You guys, thumbs up. Fashion is life. I'm fashion itself.
What about you? What is fashion for you?
Fashion is my personality. Whatever you see, that's what I am.
All right.
Fashion is, fashion is personalized. Right. Yeah, fashion is a way of interpreting who you are. Because when people see you, they can tell who you are, the kind of person you are by what you're wearing. So for me, I would say fashion is personalized.
So this is a great platform for brand visibility. I believe being here is going to take my brand to the next level. I'm going to interact with other designers. I'm going to meet customers from all over the world, because a lot of people are coming here out of Nigeria. So this is a very big platform to showcase my brand. Fashion is what you tell yourself it is. Fashion is how you feel. Fashion is I don't know how to put it, but fashion is what you feel is right for you. Like, I'm wearing this dress, I like how it feels on my skin. I feel it's just the best dress to wear for this weather. So fashion is how you express your feeling.
So why am I here exactly? Of course, to show off fashion. I'm a stylist, a fashion designer, an entertainer as well. So I'm here to meet people who are also fashionistas, fashion designers, people who are in the game. And what am I expecting? Just fun, man. Fun, a good time. I get to attend the masterclass. I'm looking forward to the runway. And I'm looking forward to all the people who are here to exhibit their talents. Big ups to GT for putting this together every year.
Oh, actually, okay, so my definition of fashion is actually expression, how to express yourself, basically.
Okay, I initially came for the masterclass, yeah, but I was late, so...
Why are you here?
I'm here for the freebie.
For the what?
For the freebies.
Oh my, yummy. You are yeah. Anyways.
Okay, so this is actually very fantastic. Like, I like what I'm seeing around. They don't usually disappoint. Trust me, GTCO is always the best. And my outfit is inspired by... Oh, okay. It's inspired by Tiwa Savage, so you can check it out. Okay. All right, and that's it. In one word, fantastic.
Hi, I like the idea that GT is putting this together. Right. It's a platform for people that have fashion and lifestyle ideas. I feel like I like this, and I think that more brands and more organizations should give platforms like this across board, not even just fashion, to other sectors of emerging industries, because things like this give people opportunity to network and assess people that are leaders in their industry. That's some sort of example and motivation for them to even do better. So I feel like this is a very big one for GT Bank, amazing one. I beg, GT Bank, I used one POS one time. They never refund my transaction. Thank you. I was just joking though. Amazing stuff. Amazing. Fashion is expression. Right. I think the easiest way to make people know what you feel about yourself or who you want to be addressed as is what you wear and how you look in public.
All right, so it's just not fashion, right? It's fashion, it's GTCO Fashion Week, and everybody's here. It's just not fashion, it's also about the masterclass. We're teaching people how to connect with their brands, how to make their brands bigger, how to put their brands across the whole world, and we can see across the people here that so many people here are about to go in for the masterclass. It's GTCO weekend. It's fashion at its finest, it's entertainment at its finest, it's connecting and networking at its finest, and we'll be talking to a whole lot of people here today.
Talking about wanting moments like this. So, a commercial that played in the United States that I did with Ulta Beauty when I was pregnant with my second son. And it's just full circle now. And the fact that I compete in Africa and Lagos here, talking about the work that I do, is just magical. So thank you so much again for having me. And we can talk about this life. You can see some pictures of my family, my husband, my sons up there while we talk. I was a doctor. I quickly realized that I didn't like blood. So I was like, I'm not gonna be a doctor. I don't necessarily want to be a teacher or lawyer, but I love words. I love putting together words. I love stories. So it was like, let me do that. So I did a lot of internships at Vibe magazine.
Do you guys know Vibe magazine?
Vibe magazine, Condé Nast Traveler magazine, all of these places to get my foot in the door.
Essence, can we say Essence? Did you also worked at Essence? You guys know Essence as well.
Yeah, Essence, shout out to Essence. And so, for me, the problem with publishing is they don't take the best and the brightest of the class. Like you don't just like, oh, I'm gonna be a banker, like the bank like hire, 100 people a year. Magazines have a masthead. There are positions. You have to wait for someone to leave in order to get that job. So it's very hard to get a job at a magazine.
Turn by turn.
Yes, girl. Like, it was like, you're too big, you're too black, like, it was too much. So I started to get more into beauty, and I loved it.
And we also know that Black people, in the abroad, Black people are somewhat of a minority. So to have someone who is
everything, everything from head.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Government to withhold allocations to local councils not democratically elected. And in Ondo State, Speaker of the Ondo House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, has revealed President Tinubu asked Ayedatiwa to tender undated resignation letter. I am Gola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. Government to withhold statutory allocations to any local government councils not democratically elected. The upper chamber unanimously resolved that this move would deter the dictatorial tendencies of any state governor. This resolution comes against the backdrop of a motion moved by Senator Abba Moro on the urgent need to halt the erosion of democracy vis-a-vis the dissolution of elected councils in Benue State. The lawmakers argued that the placement of caretaker committees to replace elected councils is an aberration, undemocratic, and a breach of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended. Joining us live is Nasarawa Chairman of Association of Local Government of Nigeria, Algon, Alhaji Aminu Muazu, my fact. We go on a short break. We'll soon be back.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. In the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your job. Everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh Harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe. More so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags. Force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed. the right of way. Nigerian roads come with a
Welcome back. We had technical issues connecting with our first guest. We moved to the second topic for the day, and we are very grateful to our guest who is literally on as we speak. The Speaker of the Ondo State House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, has revealed that as part of efforts at ending the political crisis in the state, President Bola Tinubu had asked the Deputy Governor, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, to tender an undated resignation letter. And despite moves by President Tinubu and the leadership of All Progressives Congress APC to resolve the political crisis currently rocking governance in that state, the issues seem to be piling up by the day as the State Assembly has demanded the resignation letter of Aiyedatiwa as proposed by the President. Joining us live is Kennedy Peretai, PDP Publicity Secretary, Ondo State. Honorable Peretai, good to have you guesting on Plus Politics.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Well, the name is pronounced Perete.
Thank you very much. I was just about saying, I hope I've not murdered the name. I really wouldn't like to be accused of murder, you know. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. What is happening in your state? Just when we thought we had made some steps in the direction of progress, the crisis seems to be recalibrating and moving in the direction of discombobulation. What is happening?
Well, you will recall that immediately they returned from Abuja, I issued a statement to say that what President Tinubu has done amounts to window dressing, that the issues have not been addressed, and that as long as the governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, remains in hiding, as it were, it means there is not going to be respite, and the siege was still on. But 2 days after, we saw the first fireworks. You know, the State Assembly was said to have been, they are said to have received a list of nominees for to be council chairman and vice chairman. And we were told reliably that the deputy governor was not in know of it. But before we knew it, we went to court. The court did not give us a date, but we actually issued a statement that what they did was an illegality, because as far as the Constitution of Nigeria is concerned, local governments are supposed to be administered by democratically elected officials. That is Section 7 of the Nigerian Constitution, 1999, as amended. But they have not done that. Yesterday, the High Court in Ondo State gave us an order restraining them from swearing the illegal chairman. But we're told that by around 8 p.m., they hurriedly went to the Cocoa Conference Hall and swore them in. So we have not seen the last of this crisis. It has just started as far as I'm concerned.
As the official opposition party, we know this is the presidential system of government and we don't quite have something akin to official opposition party as you have in the parliamentary system of government. But the PDP would ordinarily be referred to as the leading opposition party in the state. What are the options that the PDP has at this juncture beyond noise making? You must have some some constitutional remedies. Do you have members in the State House of Assembly, don't you?
Yeah, we have 4 members. You know, what we are having in those states is quite embarrassing. And statesmen, elder statesmen like Chief Ruben Fashionti have intervened. They have written to Mr. President. We have also provided options. What can be done? First, if Rotimi Akeredolu cannot resume, as is the case now, we have also proposed that he should honorably resign, because as it is now, Ondo State is drifting. Nobody is in charge of the affairs of Ondo State. There is no governor, there is no deputy governor. The third in rank, which is the Speaker of Assembly, has been embroiled in a crisis with the deputy governor in the state. So, but the House of Assembly is operating, you know, not as on the basis of parties. Once they enter plenary, or once they enter the one that they call executive session, according to them, they operate together. So it is not the matter of whether this person is PDP or this person is.
I would suppose that statement that once they enter executive session, they operate together is an indictment of your party. That your members in the House of Assembly are lacking ideological commitment. They have no respect for the Nigerian Constitution, and they go in cahoot with the majority party that is seemingly slapping the Constitution black and blue.
No, I've not said that. If you remember the processes that were involved, at a particular time, 11 members of the 26 members of Assembly were opposed to the impeachment. The 4 members, the PDP members in that assembly, are part of the 11. So we cannot say that they are working together with the APC majority. I've not said that. What I said was that at a time when some lists were making the rounds about signatures, one of the members from the PDP, that's the minority leader of the House, said that the list that was seen in public domain with the signature was the list they signed for attendance in one of their meetings. It was not for impeachment. But as it were, it was difficult for him to come to the public and make that known, so that it will not be a case of the majority suspending the minority, which happens all the time. We saw it in Edo State, where the governor made sure that some members of the assembly were suspended, and for a period of almost hours. So that is exactly what I mean, that when they enter into a executive session, they operate as a body, not as this one is PDP or this one is APC. Not because they are collaborating with the so-called majority.
However, the Constitution also has a provision that empowers the lower house of the National Assembly in a crisis situation like this, especially where you have an aberrant House of Assembly, to take over the powers of the State House of Assembly. And I would suppose at this juncture, the members of the PDP, both from Ondo State and at large in the National Assembly, especially the House of Representatives, ought to be articulating the implementation of that provision now. Don't you think so?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the issues are still being pursued, because there is a provision, a constitutional provision, which says that if the governor is unable to perform the duties of his office or the president beyond a particular point, maybe beyond 21 days, I think section 190, subsection 2, it says that the deputy governor is supposed to be empowered through the doctrine of necessity to act in the position of the governor, which is what we have asked the Ondo State House Assembly to do, and they have not done. But in this case, what is clear to the public is that the Speaker of the Ondo State House Assembly is a master of impunity. He is somebody who has made up his mind that he will stand against the will of the people, the wishes of the people, and continue to take instructions from wherever source is taking this instruction from. For example, how on earth can a speaker says that it was constituting caretaker committees when the Constitution clearly states that elections, democratically elected officials are supposed to run the affairs of the local government. So is it not the case of the lawmaker breaking the law? So Oladipo has clearly shown himself as incompetent and against the wishes of the people. So we are still in court in several of these cases.
I hope, Kennedy, I hope you know the difference between what is called politicking and realpolitik. Kennedy, any reasonable Nigerian will agree with you that mountains of illegalities are literally being, are metaphorically being built in Ondo State. But the problem that an average, reasonable, well-educated, well-enlightened Nigerian would have is that what beyond the histrionics of talk, and talk is cheap. What is a party like PDP doing? Are you taking recourse to the law? Because as we speak, the Speaker of the House of Assembly and the controlling party in the House of Assembly are no bigger than the rule of law. And the only machinery that you have to articulate the effectiveness of the rule of law, we don't seem to see you guys articulating it. So is it just going to be you'll be speaking grammar, and the illegality will be going on?
Let me explain to you, please. Now, you said whether there is a difference between politics and realpolitik. I don't know about that. But what I can tell you is that when this matter started, apart from beyond issuing statements, beyond issuing press statements, we staged a protest in which I'm sure you are aware that armored personnel carrier was moved to our office to seal it up by the Commissioner of Police for days. And yesterday, we have a court injunction restraining the government of Ondo State, anybody for that matter, from swearing in local government administrators or local government chairmen. At night, at about 8 o'clock, 9 p.m. in the night, they went and swore in these people against a court order that is before them that they were served with this injunction. So when you are talking about people that are flagrantly, stamping on the Constitution of Nigeria and stamping on the interests of the people, what else can we do? We are in court, even in this case of the assembly, and the swearing in of this illegal local government chairman. Then, as per enforcing the law to making Ondo State benefit from governance, because since the act of the chief of the state is breaking the power, nobody is in charge of anything. So we are trying to go to court, but the courts don't. We are not the judges. It is what they give us. Even this matter that was decided yesterday, we filed on the 13th of November. We didn't get a date until yesterday. So it is what we can do is just within the law. The policemen came and said about that we cannot even proceed on a legitimate protest. And our rights as Nigerians is enshrined, is constitutionally granted guarantee that we can demonstrate, we can move freely. But they stopped us. We went to court, but they said since they have released our office, we are free. We don't even know where he is. Nobody has seen this man in public space. What are we talking about?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we saw pictures of Southwest APC governors in a camaraderie session with him, reportedly in his house in Ibadan. But that does not, what is happening in Ondo State is saddening. For a man who, for the better part of his adult life, had epitomized, and I'm choosing my words carefully, had epitomized the rule of law, the integrity of the law, to be the chief dramatis persona. Now that all these illegalities are built around, it's saddening. But you know what? Politics sometimes, the way you partisans play it, and none of you can be said to be innocent. I'm sitting here now feeling frustrated as a Nigerian, feeling abused, and yet, you know, I can't blame you. You've tried the way of the courts. The speaker reportedly, allegedly, from what you said now, deliberately disrespected the order of the court yesterday. So you've told us, allegedly. I'm not affirming it. But what else can be done? This madness has to be tackled.
What the Speaker of the House of Assembly and those working in cahoots with him are asking for is anarchy. Because in a state where laws are not obeyed, laws are put in place for the order of society, for the good of well-being of the state. So in a situation whereby somebody flagrantly abuses the law, is tramples on the law, and says, what can you do? It means we're asking for anarchy. If a man slaps you, maybe you go to court. Say, look, somebody has slapped you.
I wouldn't want to encourage you, Kennedy, especially for somebody who holds a very lofty office of, very lofty office in a major political party, to speak as though you are encouraging violence.
Well, I'm saying, even if the President Jeff Kennedy says so, those who make peaceful change impossible, make a violent change inevitable. That's what I'm saying. That it's an invitation to.
I'm basically counseling, especially yourself, that you must be very, very determined not to be seen to be encouraging violence. Number one,
I'm not saying so. I'm only stating the obvious. I'm not condemning you, but I have a duty too to make sure that you are made to realize that some of your emotive pronouncements can be misconstrued by those who are ill-educated, who are not as exposed as you are, and that is why it is incumbent on me to make sure that I let you realize that you have a duty, especially to a system that you are profiting from, to be very circumspect in your use of language. No, what do you mean by profiting from? Is this situation profiting from in what sense? I'm a Nigerian. I'm not in government.
No, you are the spokesperson of one of the two major parties in Nigeria. Yes, in a state of anarchy, there wouldn't be room for you to even sit.
I think it's better that you get me clearly. It's better you get me clearly. What I said, those who make peaceful change impossible.
I'm familiar with the dictum. I'm familiar with the dictum. I'm familiar with the dictum, Kennedy, and I know how. I'm equally very, very angry. I must be very honest with you, and it's so much painful because on a previous occasion that Aketi stood for the integrity of the Constitution and our laws. He actually counseled somebody who was in the same situation that he is in now to resign. If Aketi resigns today, it will not be in penury. It will not be hungry. It will not lack anything that will still protect his life and give him the dignity of an upper class life in Nigeria. So why are people now determined to push him in the direction of stigmatizing his legacy? Because at this juncture, Aketi's legacy as a human being is practically being stigmatized. I think it's about time members of his family, close members of his family, and people, the angers on who think they are profiting from this, they are rubbishing his legacy. My opinion, it doesn't make it this thing, but this is saddening, very saddening.
It's unfortunate. it's quite unfortunate that Ondo State is in this state of affairs, because Ondo State is populated by very cerebral and people who are well-to-do in every walk of life. But where we have found ourselves is quite unfortunate, and we are using the opportunity to plead with those that are holding Ondo State by the jugular that they should release Ondo State so that we can have peace in Ondo State, we can have governance in Ondo State the way it ought to be. Anybody can be ill. Nobody is challenging the fact that Akedi, why should it be ill? No, why not? Anybody can be ill. But the Constitution provides for a situation like this. So once it happens, there is a constitutional safeguard which must lash onto for the state to move forward, which is what some people are holding back, including the Speaker of the Ondo South Assembly. For example, how can anybody tell a man that was duly elected to bring a letter of resignation that is not dated? Where on earth is it hide? Where has that kind of thing ever happened before? It's ridiculous, and it's actually making Ondo State look like people don't even know what they are doing. And just a few people are doing all of this. And we are using the opportunity to plead with them that it will be in their own very best interest, because as posterity in everything we do, as history, I'm going to record for everybody which role individuals played in this drama. And we are just doing our own part as much as we are able to do, using the law as our guide.
This issue of Aiyedatiwa having been made by the president to sign an undated letter of resignation, one does not know how far that is true, but I just pray it's not true. And the reason why I pray it's not true is that His Excellency the President may be walking a very, very thin line of decency on that subject for a man who, for a time in his life, stood against the Gorgon Medusa of autocracy, fought for democracy, had to go to exile for democracy, being privy. I just pray it's not true. And you see, I don't suppose people like you two or people
the Speaker said so. Speaker of the Ondo State Assembly said so in plenary. It is in black and white. He said so. It's on tape. I'm not the person saying it.
I understand your point, Kennedy. But at this juncture, I am not one that respects that speaker so much anymore, because he could say anything. A character like that could say anything to either want to bamboozle those who are not standing with him, or wanting to machinate his own selfish ambition. Because all this, to any political tea leaf reader, all this is about the ambitions, the vaulting ambitions of these characters. Or am I wrong?
Because, very correct, sir. What I said in some of the statements I issued earlier was that I expected Mr. President, who's also a veteran in this business of politics, to know that what is at stake is the 2024 elections coming up in Ondo State. Who will succeed Aketi in the APC? So it is a fireworks that is connected with who becomes the successor to Aketi to pick the APC ticket. Now, whatever it was, Aiyedatiwa is deputy governor, and he has a constitutional duty or responsibility to take over from Aketi if Aketi is incapacitated in this manner. But those who are also eyeing the governorship seat know that if Aiyedatiwa becomes acting governor, they will be at a disadvantage in the contest for the APC ticket. This is the underlying factor. This is what is behind all the fireworks I've seen.
I hope some of those who advise the president will remember that they literally, including the president, literally took to the streets when it was necessary to help articulate to help articulate the emergence of the then Vice President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to have the Constitution work as it ought to work for him. And now, Kennedy, how do you want to end this? We really have to go now.
Yeah, let me say that the problems that we have in Ondo State are being inflamed by the president himself, because if some people are becoming difficult to deal with, are refusing court orders, he has that wit, he has that act, he has that strength. He's the leader of party in the APC, he's the president of the country, so it should have been able to streamline this operation, especially because after the Yaradua Jonathan incident, the National Assembly inserted this section into the Constitution, that if a situation like this happens, that the doctrine of necessity be invoked, as in section 190, subsection 2. So there would have been no ambiguity as to what. Imagine a president calling a meeting of that nature, and Aketi is not able to attend. That in itself is a statement. It means that if it were not something serious that was holding him down.
Okay, Kennedy, I feel you, as they say on the streets. I really pray that we always throw Christianese and Pentecostalism into it in Nigeria, but it's about time this unedifying situation in Ondo State ended. About time it ended. Thank you very much, Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you for gracing the show. Today's throwback. Jos, a city that defines Nok antiquity, modern mining, and cosmopolitanism. In the depths of a giant nation that Nigeria is, among the rolling hills and landscapes lies the city of Jos, a place whose history is as rich as the deposits of cassiterite, that is, the mineral from which tin, which at the dawn of the 1900s drew the exploitative attention of the British colonialists, who lured in laborers from all the major tribes of Nigeria, is derived. As the sun rises over the picturesque plateau, it illuminates a land that has been shaped by the footprints of ancient civilizations and the imprint of colonial rule, fostering a unique natural tapestry that weaves together the stories of the Nok people and the legacy of British influence. Long before the arrival of the colonialists, the land that would come to be known as Nigeria was home to the enigmatic Nok people, skilled artisans whose exquisite terracotta sculptures still captivate the imagination of modern-day archaeologists. The Nok people, thought to have thrived around 1000 before Christ, in the vicinity of today's city of Jos and the sprawling Nok Valley, which reaches far out to parts of Kaduna, indeed Kwara, left behind a trail of mastery and mystery. With their sudden disappearance in the late first millennium shrouded in the mist of time, the echoes of the Nok people lingered in the fertile soil of Jos as indigenous ethnic groups, predominantly farmers, cultivated the land and forged their own traditions and ways of life. As the wheels of history turned, the British colonialists cast their gaze upon the beautiful land, enticed by the discovery of vast deposits of cassiterite, the primary ore for the production of tin. The allure of mineral wealth led to the establishment of Jos as an important center for tin mining, forever altering the course of its history. The British, under the governance of direct rule, remember that the Fulani never conquered the aboriginals of the Benue Plateau territory, made their presence felt in Jos Plateau, a marked divergence from the indirect rule they employed in the Fulani Emirates. As the colonialists set foot on the soil of Jos, a coalition of cultures unfolded, with the indigenous ethnic groups navigating the complexities of a changing world while preserving the essence of their heritage. The rhythms of everyday life intertwined with the cadence of colonial influence, shaping the trajectory of the metropolis which Jos became and its people. Amidst the backdrop of tin mines and trading hubs, Jos emerged as a testament to resilience, inclusivity, and adaptation, a melting pot of tradition and transformation. The spirit of the Nok people found new expression in the midst of modernity, their legacy interwoven with the narrative of progress and perseverance. Against the enrapturing backdrop of rolling hills, the city stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of its inhabitants, who wove the fabric of their lives with threads of history and hope. In the heart of Jos, the history of resistance of tribal domination and millennia of anthropological artisanal mastery converge, creating a tapestry that captures the essence of a city shaped by the forces of change and the echoes of the past. I am Bola Oba.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashwi. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Iporuake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashwi, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashwi, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ogbomoso during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara Abeokuta, where my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for Secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in performing arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o, kí ni o? Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning course. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabo sir, meaning bye-bye sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course? In Yoruba, I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my course. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lo mu adawa kowage itakun to fese kolenkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry sir. That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nails, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right, and it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past, when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings as a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Utienyi Orishawarami Elu, and I am joined in studio by two amazing, beautiful women, Omolola and NJ. Hello, ladies.
Hi.
Are we not excited to
Hi.
be here? Monumental and auspicious day.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewing public, Nigerians far and wide, Ways is 4 years old today.
4.
I mean, I'm so excited by today. I don't even know. I've been awake. I left my house at like 6:30 this morning. By now, my energy should have dipped. It should have waned. But I'm just excited because I cannot believe 4 years.
4 years. I know. Time passes so fast.
It does.
So fast.
If Waze was a child, be a toddler right now.
Wow, actually. Wow.
We'll be talking, waddling, walking.
Oh, this is the crucial point, right?
Yeah, well, sort of, before you get into the school age of 5.
This is the crucial point.
This
where
is,
they are everywhere.
Omolola is looking so pensive.
I know.
I don't know if she's about to be emotional, about to have an outburst.
Yeah, I think it's one of those two. I'm just out here thinking, 4 years. Wow.
4 years, right?
Yeah. Feels like yesterday when I joined the team.
It feels like yesterday when you joined the team. It feels like yesterday when I was standing in the green room watching the first episode.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, for it to be 4 years, I remember our party at 2.
Yeah.
And it's just been a wonderful ride. But today we have a absolute cornucopia. This episode today is not the usual episode. Today we're here to celebrate. We're here to talk about all the wonderful things that Ways means to us, and what you mean to us as our viewers. So here's what we found as today's quote: "Whoever controls the media controls the mind."
and that's by Jim Morrison. I think that's a very important quote for us here on Ways, because I think the concept of it really speaks to informing people, inspiring people, and influencing people to take action. So when we say Ways, it's a beautiful and wonderful thing. But what are your thoughts on the comments, on the quotes, very quickly?
Whoever controls the media controls the mind. Not a lie. Is the truth in itself, whether you choose to believe it or not. We have seen the power of the media in so many ways. We've seen relationships, friendships, both business and personal, and even social, get rocked. They are both rocked due to something that came out in social media. Maybe I told you something and I told you not to tell anyone, and eventually someday we quarrel, and then there out there is on social media. And it has been known to bring either good or bad.
It's incredibly powerful.
So it's a very, very important tool. That's the reason why we always have to be very careful what we put out there. And
there's a responsibility.
And it's always the bad things that come up first. Yes. So and then you're mature, you're having this kind of conversation, you're sitting down beside the president, and you just finish having a major conversation, thought-provoking conversation with maybe an ex-president or a current president, and then the next morning you wake up to a lovely video of you, something you did 25 years ago.
Twerking on the dance.
Do you know that's one of my biggest fears? Twerking, you can call it, you can say youthful exuberance. Yeah, we all did it. But there are some things that you have done that should never make it
see the light of the day.
Because you just know that it's going to have an effect, and at that point in time, whatever you put on social media, you won't be given the opportunity to come out and say, so this is what happened at the time, or this was where my mental health was at the time, or this was the reason that happened at the time. You don't have any explanation. You can't even tell them that you are no longer that person.
Yeah.
So it's just it's better to avoid it.
Yeah. And I think, you're talking about social media. I think social media in itself has been hugely transformative, and it has increased the power of the media exponentially. Because traditional media, you had to be around a radio or a TV
physically,
but now social media is in your hands. As long as you got a phone, you got data. It's right there. Whether you want the news or not, it's coming into your space, right? So really, really looking forward to this celebration that we have today. The Ways Show is 4 years old, and what a journey it has been. Happy birthday to us here at the Ways Show. To celebrate our Big 4, we'll be having a very special episode as we journey through our experience over the past 4 years. Today, NJ and Omolola and Issy, who joins us via Zoom, we're all joining together to virtually celebrate this special day, and we look forward to having Uwa join us and some very special guests. But first, let's take a break and we'll be right back. Please stay with us.
and I am joined by my amazing co-anchors. We have Isi and Nasa. Hello. I was gonna call her Naza.
Not Naza. No, don't you dare. I think she's gone through that enough. Nasa with an S.
She was so traumatized.
She was appalled.
Isi, how you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. And you?
I'm good.
You're glowing, girl.
Oh, really?
Newspaper that we have 12.5 million Nigerian children. And currently, we have about the number wasn't actually stated, but we have about 5 to 14 years of age out of school or not having quality education. And we also have 61% of children who are between the ages of 6 to 11 years of who are not in school.
Education. The education sector to other uses. And so what this means is the already the education sector that is already not thriving, and we need to put more money in. So because the allocation from the government isn't enough as it is, and then it's been diverted. It doesn't even make sense. So some of the key challenges for education in Nigeria is poor infrastructure, teachers not getting paid enough. So he said the Senate needs to enact a law to penalize governments that are doing this, and he's concerned for the youth who then don't get into university because the infrastructure doesn't exist to accommodate the applicants that
Who has ever visited the Ministry of Education? Who has ever visited the Ministry of Education?
She was calm. She was relaxed, like she was unperturbed. Okay? But if somebody tells me that you have committed a crime,
the very eloquent and beautiful Isi Bakome Fodele. Ways has had a lot of wonderful anchors over 4 years. Isi is the oldest on the team, and she was actually on set on the very first episode, and Isi joins us now via Zoom. Hi, Isi. Hi, Isi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Happy birthday. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can. We're so excited to have you on set today. I was just saying how you were on the very, very first episode of Ways, and we'd like to just hear about your experience, what it's been like, and what your goodwill message is for the show on our 4th anniversary.
If I had to say what I've been through on the show, I have a lot to say, but I would work through a few things that we've gone through with Osayiwa Mae as a team. We've grown tremendously. I can't say how far we have come. When we started, we went through the auditions. We went to different channels for auditions, and we ended up in Plus TV Africa. So it has been one challenge after the other, but we have been able to pull through all of these challenges. If not for the tenacity and doggedness of Osayiwa Mae and the ladies of Ways, I don't think we'll be standing here celebrating Ways at 4. So it has been a long journey for us. It's been fun. At the same time, we've experienced growth. At the same time, we are looking forward to a better future for Ways, where all the ladies in Ways will grow, and Ways as a brand will grow better than what it is today.
Absolutely. I love that you touched on the determination, the doggedness, and I'm certainly looking forward to hearing from Owa, because you summed it up real good. To make it through 4 years, it's definitely been amazing. Like I said, over the 4 years, we've had a whole bunch of different anchors. So we started with the old, and now we're moving to one of the new but older members of the team.
See, love we walk, but you see, laws we also walk. Yeah. If I take you to jail and you see somebody say go to jail.
Are you going to raise a petition?
We've raised petition tirelessly now. Continue. Take your message. Don't face me this night. It's not me. I'm not the cause of your problem.
Hi, ladies. With the precedent set last Saturday, the ruling government has lost the effrontery to correct any ills in the society because they allowed impunity to fester to the point of depriving the citizens of their legitimate right to vote. They lost any shade of authority to correct anyone for wrongdoing, and that is tantamount to anarchy.
Absolutely.
How ridiculous can we be as a people? Sorry, how ridiculous can we as a people reject this?
So, NJ is with us here in studio today, the lady of the many glasses and the many hairstyles, and a very distinct voice, if I will add that as well. What's your journey been like, always? How long has it been?
I think maybe a year thereabout. Yeah, but I know I've been on
guest a couple of times.
And I have worked with UO on some other projects before now. Even so it's been a lovely experience, and I think I would say when I reflect, it's been a while, and a lot has happened within that time.
Mm-hmm.
I've been able to build relationships, mixed with other old and new anchors. So it's I've never done this before, even though it was what I studied. I studied mass communication.
Oh, really?
But I never really thought I would find myself behind the screen in any form. I always hid behind the camera. So but the first time I was a guest on the show, I just told myself, I said, okay, now this is a different way you can be in front of the camera, because there's something, being able to provide solutions to people's problems, and give out the right information per time. It's very helpful to other people, and it's kind of like a responsibility, and it's something that I do in my daily life and in my normal 9-to-5 job. So doing it on screen, the only difference was that, and the part that I love is that I get to look at a screen and no one is looking back at me. So I'm not speaking to an audience, I'm speaking to an invisible audience. So it makes it easier to deal with. You don't have to think about people's reactions and stuff like that. But I have noticed also that over the years, it has greatly helped to even improve my daily life. So speaking now is easier and is more fluent. I was saying that last week I had a couple of conferences that I had to attend with my boss, and he threw me under the bus and just told me, go up there, you're going to do introduction, and I thought it was just a normal introduction until I saw what I was going to do or what I was supposed to say. And for some reason, with everyone, all my team members shaking for me, to an extent, I kind of just told myself, you've done this and you've been doing this for the last couple of months. So, just act like you're talking to that camera and then just say what you have to say. And I wrote down a couple of things and said it. And at the end of the day, he was very excited that, I was able to take up that challenge. So it generally improves you, and there's a lot of personal development therein, and there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of information. And being able to have that information and be able to, inform other people. So because you have to do some research, so you have to have information. You can't give what you don't have. So it makes you do certain things in yourself that helps to improve you as an individual, and thereby giving back to our viewers and all those out there. So I would love to say, even as the journey continues, we will continue to improve and get better. Happy 4th birthday. And we hope that we'll continue to get bigger as a group and better even as a show. Happy birthday, Will.
Thank you so much, NJ. The next anchor / do everything person has a very interesting journey on Waves.
had like menstrual issues, and then it was really hard for me to even be able to track or to understand what was going on. And then I realized, well, enough is enough. I can't leave this to myself. So I saw the app, and some of them will ask me for money, some of them will take me. So it kind of discourages you for a bit. But ever since, that's 2 years ago, ever since I've been using the app, I don't even stress. Sometimes I don't even remember my period. But it's like the moment I check the app, that's when I'm like, oh, it's supposed to be tomorrow. Why did I check? Yeah. But then it doesn't mean they do not need that information.
Right.
They do not need to have a limit, because you find out that most people that don't have access to these things, when they start to get to a certain age.
So I take some small pride in this particular young lady's journey always. But I'll let someone else share her story.
Hi.
Hello.
Happy birthday, Waze. I've been on Waze for 2 years now? And
it
feels longer, and I think my favorite thing about Waze is just watching everyone grow. I used to feel like, oh, I'm young, I have energy, but then I'm with these older people that keep like surpassing expectations back to back to back. I'm like, I have to double up. I have to double up. And then, just a couple of months ago, we had the Gen Z takeover, and I realized that even the generation coming, they know what they're doing, they know what they're saying. I was like, I have to double up. Yeah. So I think my journey so far on Waze has been one of continuously redefining myself. Look at me, I'm in front of the camera, I'm usually behind the camera. Right now I'm in front of and behind the camera all at once. And who would have thought I would have been able to do that?
She's got magical powers, folks. It is a fantastic story, from intern to do everything, fix everything, to producer extraordinaire. It's been definitely an amazing 2 years having you on the show.
Thank you. It's been amazing being here.
So I think we have another clip coming, and this one is my favorite. Yes, I'm biased. Thank you. Is a program set up by the Nigerian government during the military regime to involve Nigerian graduates in nation building and the development of the country. There is no military
command. It was just an opportunity for some people, and to even get out of their house.
Was that your first time in Abuja when you served?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you had some experience with the town already?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. But you can never. NYSC in Abuja is that it's.
I'm still in touch with my boss as well. So all of these things, I think. The question for me in wanting to hear what your experiences were like is the first part of it that says, is NYSC still worth it? Mm-hmm. One of the things that I took away from that camp was meeting so many people from all over Nigeria. Mm-hmm. That for me, my camp was very well blended with people from all over Nigeria. So in case you didn't notice, that was my clip. For me, media is my passion. Media is my calling. Let me put it that way. As we celebrate for today, I am excited. I know I've said it a few times, because this is probably the longest I have spent on one single show. I've always done media. Waze for me is a labor of love. It's an opportunity to do something that I'm extremely passionate about, which is to spread logical information and to educate people and cause Nigerians to see Nigeria and my fellow Nigerians the way I see them through my eyes. I hope that over the last 4 years, I've been able to give something to each and every one of our viewers, and and to bring some insightful information to your screen. So that's been my goal, and I hope I've achieved it, and I hope that for the next 4, the next 5, and maybe even the next 10, that I continue to get the opportunity to do that. So happy anniversary to Waze. Please stay with us. We've still got a lot more. We'll be right back.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So welcome back. I guess we have another montage from the Commander-in-Chief of our Waves Armed Forces.
Blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Welcome back. Uwa is here with us. She's not here physically, but she's here virtually to tell us all about this wonderful concept and why we're sitting here today, 4 years later, celebrating. Hi, Uwa, are you there?
Hi, Uti. Hello, everyone. Hi, NJ. Hi, Omolola.
Hi, Uwa.
Hi, Isi. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So, I don't think there's anything I have to say again. Apologies. We have work. Parallax Consulting is the one paying our fees, so we have to work. But I don't think there's anything else I want to really add, because I am. What I would want to say is, I mean, this that we're doing right here gives me so much joy, it gives me so much fulfillment knowing that, you know, it's one thing for you to have a vision, it's another thing for other people to carry that vision, you know, and hold it dear to their heart as though it were, you know, their vision as well. So I'm super grateful. I don't take it for granted for every single member of the team that has been a member of Ways from inception. We all have been amazing women. I mean, just watching some of the old clips brings a bit of nostalgia, you know, but I'm grateful. I'm grateful. The call for Ways has always been, you know, passing the right information, transforming lives, right? And I know so many people that they never had experience with TV, you know, coming, just encountering us on Ways, and, you know, their lives have transformed. I mean, so many people have gone into politics, gotten some appointments. I mean, it's just been one testimony after the other, and, you know, I'm grateful to the platform that we eventually chose. I mean, EC was with us on our very first episode where we shot. We were supposed to air somewhere else, but, you know, God did not want us to be there, so we then moved, and we've been with Plus TV for the past 4 years. So we're grateful for that, and we're hoping that it's going to be bigger, it's going to be better. And I just want to say thank you to every member of the team. I think, you know, sometimes you know that, yes, these people, they got you, right? That's the kind of confidence that I have with the women on Ways. Like you rightly said, Uti, is a labor of love. It's not something that, you know, if you say, okay, maybe it's financially rewarding or something. And this is, you know, what people are always used to now. You know, it is something that it has to be financially rewarding for them, for it to make sense. But, you know, that has not been our story on Ways. It has never been our story. Our commitment or our motivation has never been financial. It's the fact that every member of the team truly believes that their voice counts and can change and transform lives, right? We can truly make a difference. And I love the quote for today. And that's the call for Ways. We understand the power of media, and we know what media can do in terms of transforming the minds of people. Once you're able to transform a mind, you have transformed that life. So, and that's our call for Ways. We are very, very deliberate about, you know, mind transformation and making sure that we, even in our topic selection, the kinds of things we talk about, you know, of course, again, we're passionate about small businesses, we're passionate about your health, your mental health, your well-being. We're passionate about personal growth and development. And that's why you can hear testimonies like NJ saying that even her personally, and what's her name, Omolola, personal journey, you've grown. I mean, I watched myself, I said, now, wow, things have changed though. We have been upgraded. But hey, we give God all the glory. I remember that our tiny table, oh my God.
That was so small. The tiny chairs, you remember the table, I remember the chairs. You sort of had to you balance on one side.
Complaining about that chair. Wanted to frustrate you. You know, look at the tiny table that Isi, Nata, and I sat in. I said, oh my gosh, we've really grown. And, you know, it can only get better. It can only get. I'm grateful for the past 4 years, and we know that bigger things are coming. So I'll stop here because I know we have a lot of people, you know, to speak with. But thank you again, everyone.
Absolutely do. Thank you, and thank you for the vision, and thank you for keeping the team and Ways going. Like Uwa said, we have been here, and there have been a lot of ladies around this table as co-anchors. We have had, at any given point in time, I think there's about 9 or 10 anchors if you sort of see the montage we've had. And I think the main thing to mention, I think is really unique about Ways is we're not media people. We're all subject matter experts in different areas of our lives, whether it be customer experience, whether it be law, entertainment, public speaking, development, MSME experts. We've had all sorts of wonderful, beautiful, and bright women on the show, and we're going to run through a clip very quickly to celebrate them all.
Uti, sorry, quickly, can I just say something before you run through that clip? Just one thing, because what you just pointed out, I wanted to just quickly touch on it, that it was important that we brought women that were not, you know, your regular TV people. They were 9 to 5 women that had their day job, but they were also passionate about the things that concern the nation. So it was a blessing finding those women, you know, out of their busy schedules, you know, coming every night after close of work to come and, contribute to the conversations that happens on Ways. We were very deliberate and intentional about the kind of women, and we've been so blessed to have every single member of the team. I'll keep quiet now.
So I think we have a clip coming up.
Yeah.
know, right? It's a lot. I mean, as it was playing, I was just thinking, wow, lawyers, politicians, like literally, that is the gamut of smart, leading, beautiful ladies. And we have some of our, I would say, co-anchors, forever sisters, who have been part of this team. Alumni, thank you, who are also joining us here today. So I think we have AK Jojo, Akanima Ojo, our CEO, country manager, SME expert. The list goes on, and I'm still talking about the same woman. Hi, AK.
Hi. Well, after expecting that introduction, well done. Honestly, thank you, but thank you. That was so powerful. Hi. I would say.
We've loved having you on the show. I mean, I was just watching through some of the clips, but what was the highlight for you, you know, your time on Ways?
Well, for me, it would be the friendship. It would be being amongst very powerful women that knew exactly what they wanted out of life. We were very intentional women. And to have this bunch of women in one room and not quarrel on set, it's a blessing. It's, nobody would believe it. I spent 2 years on Ways, approximately 2 years, and I had never come to quarrel on set, never. I think the most upset we were being, probably we were running late and then the camera wasn't set properly. That was only, and it was just little things, but we never had the women quarrel. And I could pick up my phone and call anybody. I called about 2 weeks ago or last week. I was a problem and I needed help. But that ability to be able to have these characters in the room express themselves, be themselves, and still give to the audience authenticity is something that is rare. That is something I enjoy, and that is something that's uncommon. You have these shows everywhere, international, local, and you would hear news on social media about two hosts, you know, people are quarreling, somebody doesn't like what somebody's wearing, or somebody's dissing someone. But it has never happened on Ways. And for me, that was, apart from having a platform where we came to express ourselves and contribute to society, especially as it concerns women, children, SMEs, and the underprivileged, the fact that you can form honest friendship that radiated through our speaking, we're not just coming to talk, but we're living it. That for me was the pinnacle of everything that happened on Ways. And thank you for being the kind of person that you are, and for allowing us to be the kind of people that we were and still are.
Absolutely. And you know, like you said, it's a family, it's a journey. Today we have called and you have answered, so it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I think I also spied another person that I will call is Labor of Love. Norma is our beauty expert, public speaker extraordinaire, like Poshko. Thank you. You know, Norma wears many hats. Not to mention she's mommy. She's literally, it's just plenty things. Hi Norma, it's so great to see you. Thank you for joining us. What's your journey been like?
Hi T, hi everyone. Thank you for having me.
You look amazing as always. As always. Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations, Uwa. 4 years. I can't even believe that 4 years is gone since we started this experience. And it's been a great journey. I mean, some of us have been working in the sidelines or behind the scenes, but just observing generally the growth with the women, the growth with delivery and presentation. And for me, I always love Upgrade. Anyone that knows me knows that I love Upgrade. Anything that is forward thinking and progressive, trust me, I am there. And I'm so happy for Ways because it started as a dream. It started as something that was just in the mind, you know, and trust her, she's always having so many ideas coming up in her head. Oh, I should do this, I should do that. But when this came out, it was birthed from a place of real hunger for a change, you know, for some kind of change in the direction of young people, young talent, to help people to have a rethink and a recalibration of their minds in the way they think about the world in general. So it's not just about face washing or just shallow thinking, but really thinking deep about how our actions or how our behavior changes the narrative everywhere we find ourselves. And that's what I love about Ways, the fact that it helps you to take away something to think about and see how you can even plug in and be like the solution. That's what really it's about, and that's what drew me to the caliber of women, the people that just involved. It's a family, it's become a family, and anyone that comes in finds their place. You're not trying to be somebody else, you're original, you're authentic. So this is a very beautiful place to grow. Coincidentally, I'm doing a program in broadcast performance because having had that background and seeing what it can be like, I said, let me even go deeper. And man, it is not easy at all. We're looking the way we are looking today, but trust me, like I always say on the show, we don't
look how we're going through. Yeah.
Like we go through, but thank God it's 4 years, beautiful experience. Women have grown, they've evolved, even though some of us are not as present as we would want to, but at the same time we connect with what is going on right there at Ways. And it's been 4 years, beautiful 4 years of baby crawling, growth stages, but we are evolving and we are getting better and better. So congratulations, Uwa. It can only be even more dynamic and extraordinary from here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us, Norma. I mean, we really want to hear from our viewers as well. So please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. Now, it's not just about the anchors. We also have people we like to call friends of the house. You've seen them on the show, episode after episode, time after time, as our guests, our subject matter experts, the people who come here to teach us from their wealth of knowledge. Today we have, I believe, a few of them joining us as well. I know that Jeffrey is on the call with us. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Jeffrey is on the call with us. I know that Jeffrey is on the call with us. Hi, Jeffrey. Jeffrey is on the call with us. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi, how are you doing? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. You absolutely qualify as a friend of the house. How many times have you been on Waze now, Jeffrey? Do you remember?
About five or six times now.
5 or 6 times. So you're the real MVP. You're the man supporting the women of Waze. That deserves a round of applause.
I try.
Thank you for answering the call every time we call and for bringing new things to this table and to the conversation. What are your thoughts around your time and across our different episodes on the show?
Well, when you walk into the room and you're the only guy around 4 to 3 women, you need to be calm and understand that you need to, let them lead and enjoy the conversation. I think for me, just thinking back as everyone else was talking, is just to see how typical day-to-day people that can really make a difference. And I like what Hua said when she mentioned the last point, that we didn't want celebrities, we didn't want people that were influencers, we just want people who live daily lives, who have original, realistic view of what's going on and are able to contribute real time to conversations. And that was always the case. And the second thing as well, everyone is always so prepared. They know the topics, they understand the context of the conversation, so you don't feel like you have to say everything. Sometimes, because of how informed the ladies are, it allows me to breathe. I can just take a break, listen, and then join the conversation, because you're talking to people who understand most of these conversations and are able to make realistic contributions to that as well. And to be honest, a lot has changed. I remember the studio way back. Now, there was a time I walked in and there was like a lot of expansion. The lights were different, the decor was different, the seat was different. And someone did mention, I think that was Naomi or so, she said, I like how things evolve, and things have evolved. Even the topics, the conversation, the audience that you have, the followership that you have, it just means that you're doing something right. Right? Every time you come on, people want to know what you want to talk about. People calling, people contribute. And I thought it was more than 4 years. I was thinking this is like 10 years kind of achievement. Because you guys have done so much and so many faces have come through the show as well. It's now hard to even keep up as well. So well done to everyone. And I think because of the authenticity of the program and the realistic view of the people who come on the show, I think you are going to be sitting down here talking about this in a decade. And we're going to be saying, do you remember that time we did this 6 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I like the fact that you're bringing on fresh faces, new people who want to experience media and also grow their career using this platform as well in the media space. So well done to all of you ladies. I'm really, really proud to have been a part of the show and to meet everyone as well.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, and we look forward to you being a friend of the house today, tomorrow, and always. So thank you for joining us. The Waze Show is not just about the anchors, it's not just about our guests, but it's also about you, our viewers. Everything that we do is really for you. The concept of Waze is for you as you tune in to join us every single day. Now, if you do watch the show, you know that there isn't an episode that goes by without the wonderful messages that we receive from Daniel Illo. His messages are not only, you can tell he's watched the episode, but then he's also always got something wonderful to say about the anchors. And I believe he joins us on the phone now. Good evening, Daniel. Do we have Daniel?
I'm coming.
Hi, Daniel. Good evening. We can hear you. You're live.
Yeah, hello.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm hearing you.
All right,
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. This is the first time we get to hear your voice.
Yeah. Good evening. How is everything?
Fine, thank you. So I think there's an echo. Maybe you want to turn down your TV set?
Yeah, it's off. I've off. It's off.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
So-
Sister Uti, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. We couldn't have celebrated today
Yeah,
without
Sister
you.
Uti, good evening. Yeah.
Good evening. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can hear you now. Can hear you.
Fantastic. We couldn't have celebrated the show today without you. It's important, like we said, you as our viewers, you're very important to us. What is it about the show that you like so much that causes you to, be consistent in communicating and engaging with us?
Well, I love this show because of wonderful, beautiful women that God has gathered to keep us informed about the happenings of the things in Nigeria. Because I always tell people that if you are not informed, you are deformed. I always tell people that if you are not deformed, you are deformed. But I enjoy this show because the beautiful ladies on set, they allow me to know the happenings of the things in Nigeria. And I want to commend Sister Uwa. She's a wonderful leader, a great anchor. I respect her. She's doing a wonderful and marvelous job. God bless her in Jesus' name.
Amen.
We hope that
God bless her.
at some point we get to meet you in person. Maybe when we turn 5, you'll join us for a physical celebration.
Yes, I really want to meet you ladies because you ladies have transformed my life through your program, everything. And I have never regretted being a fan of this wonderful show.
Thank you
I've
so
never
much.
regretted being a fan of this wonderful show because I love you ladies a lot. And you're doing a very good job. Beautiful
Thank you
ladies
very much.
that are doing what they're doing.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us, Daniel, and we'll certainly look forward to continuing to receive your messages. It's been a wonderful
Sister Uti, just take care of yourself and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been a wonderful celebration. It's been a wonderful journey down memory lane. I think we still have a few anchors joining us online. Dami is there, but before we come to Dami, we're fast. As we always say on the show, we're running out of time. So I think that some things are consistent no matter what. But I think we've told a good story of our journey on the show today. And there is no celebration, in my opinion. I think I said it on the show. Whether it's birthday, and this is a birthday, or anniversary, there's no birthday without cake. If there's no cake, it's not real. So I think that we get the opportunity to celebrate ways with a cake that says we are for. We will eat yours for you, so thank you. So I think Awolola is rightly positioned to cut the cake on behalf of the ladies of Ways. So please stretch out your hands. Thank you. We're going to do a WAYS.
Yes.
And we are going to cut it. So, W for women.
Yay.
A for active. Y for young. And S for superb. So, happy birthday to us at Ways, and I think thank you. And I think that as we also raise our glasses to celebrate the show, 4 years, we have Damilola on. I think Damilola is joining us virtually as we toast to say her own few words about her time as part of the team, because she's also a multifaceted human being. She's our voice on the streets.
Yes.
Hi, Damilola. Hi, Damilola, are you there? Anyway, so whilst we wait for Damilola to join us, ladies, a toast to Ways, to 4 more, and another 4, and another 4, to a table filled with beautiful women spreading the right information, inspiring Nigerians, and influencing everyone to do better. And to our viewers, cheers.
Cheers.
Happy anniversary to Wings. Okay, sorry.
Cheers to you guys.
I'll drink it for you. So
Hi,
again,
guys. Can you
for
hear
all
me?
the anchors that have joined us virtually, we will drink and eat and celebrate. So I think Dami is joining us now to give our final
Yes.
message before we wrap for tonight.
Okay, I'm just going to be very quick. Hi everyone, good evening and happy birthday, happy 4th anniversary to Waze. Thank you very much, Owa, for finding me. I use the word finding because I believe I was just found. I mean, because I joined in last year and I just started off by accompanying my friend to the studio because she was the original co-anchor on the show. But then I just accompanied her every time she came to the show because, I mean, why not? But then Owa just found me and realized that, okay, yeah, this person actually is a natural. She can do this. And then that's how I started off on the street and now even hosting a separate show by myself. I mean, I'm very happy for my own progress. Thank you very much, Owa, for the opportunity because I count it an opportunity, trust me. And one more time, happy birthday to Waze.
Thank you, Dami. I think, like I said, we've run out of time. We do also have another friend of the house in, Vumile. I got it right? I hope so. To just, if she's there, to give us a quick
one that says happy anniversary.
Another person who watches the show and
Yes.
messages us constantly. Thank you so much. As always, before we go, do ensure that you follow us on Instagram at Waze Show Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media interactions and engagements. Remember to like, share, comment, invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. And as we close out the show today, we promise you that we will be back on Monday. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. We hope that we don't only control your mind, but we have your heart. Thank you and see you next week.
Bye.
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 Congrats, everyone.
And now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome to the program. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Residents of Egbada community of Omoko in Ogba Egbema local government area of Rivers State have sent a Save Our Souls message to government authorities following a recent leakage from a ruptured gas pipeline. Worried by the serious health consequences of the gas leakage, the distraught residents are also demanding proper investigation into the cause of the incident to avert a reoccurrence. Correspondent Biola Festus has the report.
On the 13th of November 2023,
Residents of Egbada community of Omoku in Ogba Egbema Ndoni local government area of Rivers State woke up to an ear-splitting explosion from a ruptured gas pipeline. According to the residents, the gas pipeline, located in a densely populated area with many buildings including an orphanage, burst overnight, causing great panic in its immediate vicinity. The ruptured pipe had discharged toxic fumes into the atmosphere for 9 days before it was clamped by an unknown entity. Many residents fled their homes, while others who could not afford to relocate were forced to stay back and inhale copious amounts of environmental toxins. Some residents said it was a painful ordeal for them as cooking became impossible with highly inflammable gaseous emissions pervading the atmosphere.
We didn't cook in the stove, we didn't cook in the gas, we didn't cook with firewood. We go and buy all these snacks and eat because of the fear, so that no bad thing will happen to us.
Some people say that once we light fire, that thing will just burn and it will blast everywhere.
Still in a state of trauma, other residents were worried that leakages from gas pipelines had become a recurring incident in the area. They called on the government to prevail on operators of the facility to forestall further occurrences.
I want to call on government to see what they can do so that this kind of thing will never happen again.
We're calling the government to intervene to know what they will do and what they will help us to do concerning the environment so that we can breathe as normal human beings.
Residents also lamented that their health had become seriously affected by toxic fumes discharged from the ruptured pipeline. They were particularly worried that their young ones had been in and out of hospitals following the recent incidents.
Since the gas started leaking in our backyard, it affected me, and since I was not going to school because of the thing affect my chest. It is hurting me inside my chest and I could not sleep well.
My children, for over 1 month now, when they cough out some black dust. When I took them to hospital, they confirmed that I should remove them from the area we are living.
Even my baby self is not feeling fine. I've taken her 2 or 3 times to the hospital for her to feel comfortable.
In his reaction, Chairman of Ogba Egbema Ndoni Council, Honorable Vincent Job, said the leakage was from an obsolete pipeline jointly operated by the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company and the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Project. Honorable Job, who lamented that the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency was yet to respond to the gas leakage at the time of filing this report, asked the regulatory authority to rise to the occasion.
The Ogba Mandoni is calling on NOSRA and the federal government, to do an investigation and also bring a health facility to the areas.
At the time of filing this report, the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas had denied having anything to do with the ruptured pipeline. Meanwhile, the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency was yet to issue a statement on the cause of the recent gas leakage.
Inside the Niger Delta. Join award-winning ace broadcaster Mahmoud Felix Akuga on Inside the Niger Delta on the following radio stations weekly. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
2 months after the Delta State government awarded contract for the construction of 3 flyover bridges and road expansion projects around Warri axis, the state government, in conjunction with Julius Berger Nigeria PLC, last Monday performed the groundbreaking ceremony for the commencement of the project. The 3 flyover bridges and road expansion projects, expected to be completed in 27 months, was awarded for 78 billion naira in fulfillment of Governor Sheriff Oborevwori's pledge to give Warri, the commercial capital of the state, a facelift.
Today filled with joy and excitement as we begin the process of giving Warri the desired first lead with this groundbreaking ceremony, which signals the commencement of construction of 4 key projects in the Warri Efrun metropolis.
In September this year, the Delta State Executive Council, under the leadership of Right Honorable Sheriff Oborioworri, awarded a 78 billion naira contract for the construction of 3 flyover bridges and road expansion project around the Warri axis of the state to Julius Berger Nigerian PLC, which was followed by a formal signing of a deal with the construction company in October. The governor and captain of the Timor agenda, Right Honorable Oborioworri, received a rousing welcome from a mammoth crowd who could not contain their excitement as he officially flagged off the construction of the awarded project last Monday. The governor noted that the project will ease the burden of commuters and improve the socio-economic fortunes of the people around Warri axis and the state in general.
These projects also ease the traffic congestion in the area and alleviate the hardship faced by commuters. There will be direct employment opportunities for our people, especially engineers.
For his part, the managing director of Julius Berger Nigerian PLC, Dr. Lars Richter, assured the governor and Deltans that they would deliver a good job according to specifications of the contract.
The 3 flyovers, the expressway, including interchange and roundabout, will be delivered within 27 months construction time. And Julius Berger will deliver as promised.
Some residents who spoke to Inside the Niger Delta said the construction of the flyovers at popular NRM Junction, PTI Junction and DSC Roundabout, as well as the road expansion project, is a welcome development.
This project will definitely reduce the residents in this place, and we pray that to see the completion of this project within the shortest time.
This project will not just bring beauty, but it will bring free flow of movement here.
After the groundbreaking ceremony in Warri, the governor and his team proceeded to Asaba, where a Thanksgiving service was held to celebrate the recent victory at the appeal court sitting in Lagos, where the suit filed by the candidates of All Progressive Congress, Social Democratic Party and Labour Party challenging Governor Oborioworri's victory in the March 18 governorship election were dismissed for lack of merit. Speaking at the event, Governor Oborioworri, who said the victory was for all Deltans, promised to continue to improve the lives and livelihood of all Deltans.
It's a victory for democracy, it's a victory for the rule of law. And I want to reiterate my commitment to continue to be a servant leader.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, has enjoined prospective beneficiaries of the NDDC Foreign Postgraduate Scholarship Program to see it as an opportunity to contribute their quota to the development of the region. Dr. Ogbuku gave the advice recently when he observed the selection process of the scholarship program in Port Harcourt, the River State capital.
Under the current board and management of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, the intervention agency has recommenced its policy of sponsoring no fewer than 200 university graduates of Niger Delta origin to acquire a master's degree overseas as part of its Foreign Postgraduate Scholarship Program, which is aimed at improving human capacity development in the region. For the 2024 academic session, the Commission had launched an online portal in September for applications to study in diverse fields of knowledge, including artificial intelligence, which was recently introduced in the program to enable the region meet up with current global trends in technology. Recently, 1,050 out of the 5,000 candidates who sat for the first selection test were invited for an oral test in Port Harcourt. The test was conducted to get the most suitably qualified candidates benefit from the scholarship awards. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, who personally monitored the process to ensure absolute transparency, told the panelists to base their assessment of candidates strictly on merit.
We needed to show interest, let everybody know that yes, we did not just set the process without also checking what was happening. And coming in here and what we have seen so far, we believe that the best is going to be picked out of the successful candidate.
For their part, some candidates who participated in the oral test for the scholarship program adjudged the process as seamless and fair.
I want to give kudos to the Commission for putting up this wonderful initiative.
It's also been transparent thus far, and with confidence, I can say it's about the best we've had in the Niger Delta. It's the best we've had from the board of the NDDC.
The prospective NDDC scholars also promised to deploy their knowledge for the development of the Niger Delta region on completion of their studies.
If I get the requisite capacity and knowledge, I also come back also to advocate for some reforms and other things that will also help the region.
Meanwhile, the NDDC helmsman, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, had enjoined prospective candidates of the scholarship program to be of good conduct and worthy ambassadors of Nigeria's oil-rich region when awarded the scholarship. He also sounded a note of warning that candidates who might want to use the opportunity for illegal migration would not be allowed to have their way.
We're not sending them out to go and stay there. Every candidate that is going also signs an agreement to come back, because we're not running a program where we export people out. We are not outsourcing. We are sending people for scholarship to go and learn and come back to add value to our society.
The oral test is the final stage of the selection process for the NDDC Scholarship Award Program. Hence, no fewer than 200 successful candidates are expected to depart Nigeria for their studies abroad in no distant time.
Inside the Niger Delta, Ezekiel Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Ezekiel Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability and infrastructure development.
Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. Behold your son, Honorable Sergius Osaisoche Ogun, a politician of high integrity, transparency, competence and honesty. A former two-time member of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Honorable Sergius Ogun is a name that is synonymous with credible leadership and good governance. A game changer, a beacon of hope, a champion for educational reforms, affordable healthcare and infrastructural development. Honorable Sergius Ogun, National Daily Newspaper Lawmaker of the Year 2022. Honorable Sergius Ogun, Edo First, always.
Join award-winning ace broadcaster Mahmoud Felix Akuga on Inside the Niger Delta on the following television stations weekly.
Show me who no like better thing. Cause me I like better thing. Show me who no like better.
Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Cause me I love my Niger.
The Palace of Ezaro of Arochukwu Kingdom and Council of Traditional Rulers in Arochukwu Local Government Area of Abia State have announced December 26, 2023 as the date for the coronation of new Ezaro of Arochukwu Kingdom. This is coming after the Council of Traditional Rulers in Arochukwu confirmed Prince Engineer Eberechukwu Orji as the authentic heir apparent to the throne of the ancient Igbo kingdom, known for its rich cultural heritage and long-standing monarchy. The Ezaro designate, Prince Orji, is a grandson of a former Ezaro, Eze Maze Kano, who was crowned in 1921 and reigned for 73 years. On the 18th of October this year, after 2 years, the hard and rigorous search for the replacement of the immediate past traditional ruler of one of the revered kingdoms in Igbo land, the Arochukwu Kingdom, Eze Mazi Vincent Ogbonaya Okoro in Arochukwu local government area of Abia State, finally came to an end as the Okenachi royal kindred, which has the responsibility of producing traditional rulers for the kingdom, concluded its assignment with the selection of Prince Engineer Eberechukwu Orji ahead of his cousin and only challenger, Mazi Godwin Kanu Idie, in what was adjudged to be a transparent process in line with the custom and tradition of the Arochukwu clan. This was after the completion of all burial rites for late Mazi Ogbonaya, who was crowned Ezaro in 1995 and ruled for 25 years. Fallout of the selection process, an apparently dissatisfied Mazi Ide, a cousin to the Ezaro designate, Engineer Orji, took matters into his hands and resorted to self-help by using Eze Bomisil Mazi Kanu Okereke Kanu to crown him the Ezaro in total disregard to proper procedures outlined in the law, customs and traditions of the people, a move that briefly unsettled the entire Arochukwu kingdom. To calm the situation and uphold statutory laws and customs of the land, the Abia State Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, in a letter signed by the Honorable Commissioner, Prince Uzo Nwachukwu, dated 25th of October 2023, waded into the matter with the appropriate suspension of the Eze Bom Isil, Mazi Okereke, for going against the traditional rulers and autonomous community laws of the state. For their part, the royal head of Aro Kingdom, Mazi Orji Kanu Orji, and Mazi Kanu Okoro Kanu Orji, while rejecting what they described as kangaroo arrangements by the suspended Eze Ibomisi, Mazi Okereke and his ally Mazi Ide, confirmed the selection of Prince Engineer Eberechukwu Orji, a grandson of Eze Mazi Kanu Orji, former monarch of the kingdom, after a lawful process that was vetted by Ndioke, Utuhugu, Bianco, and Amaja communities to take over the highly revered ancient throne of his ancestors. They also disclosed that the new king will be crowned and presented to the entire kingdom in an official ceremony on the 26th of December 2023, a development that was confirmed and accepted by Arochukwu Traditional Rulers Council, a body comprising all Ezeogo in Arochukwu local government area, in a recent meeting led by its chairman, Ezeogo Solomon Okeke Akan, who noted after libation to the gods and ancestors of Arochukwu that the Aro designate is the choice of their ancestors. To calm frayed nerves and in demonstration of his exemplary leadership qualities that comprises an accommodating spirit, Prince Orji has promised to carry everyone along, including other princes who may have wanted to become Ezaro of the kingdom.
I will spend time one-on-one just to make sure that there is healing, there is brotherly love established and maintained among us. That's number one. Number two, okay, Godi Obi, we have a ranking traditional position that will not be in question, that will not be debated.
The 50-year-old petroleum engineer, Prince Orji, now Ezaro designate of Arochukwu Kingdom, is the managing director and chief executive officer of ND Western Limited, an indigenous oil and gas exploration production company with significant contribution to power generation through its operation of OML 34 in the oil-rich Niger Delta region. He's a thoroughbred professional with a track record of excellence and exceptional leadership skills that have shaped his practice for the past 25 years in the oil and gas business at home and abroad during his time with Shell Petroleum Development Company SPDC and the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Limited NLNG. Engineer Orji, upon his crowning come December 26th, will be the 9th to administer the affairs of the ancient and revered kingdom and the third in the last 100 years. His grandfather, who was crowned in 1921 and reigned for 73 years, was succeeded by the as a church administrator to bring calm, build trust, and rally the people of the kingdom for sustainable peace and development.
Aro mmamano. Nigeria mmamano. Nwanyi ori ihe Mazi. Avambo Eberechukwu Oji.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Chairman, Governing Board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Mr. Chiedu Ebe, says the board of NDDC under his watch will ensure that the commission no longer works at cross purposes with state governors in the Niger Delta. Mr. Ebe, who recently led NDDC board members on a courtesy visit to the River State Governor, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, at Government House in Port Harcourt, assured the governor that going forward, the commission will close ranks with state governments to achieve better results in its mandate to bring sustainable development in the region.
Members of the governing board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, led by Mr. Chiedu Ebe, officially reported at the Commission's corporate headquarters in Port Harcourt shortly after they were inaugurated by the Minister of Niger Delta Development on the 16th of November in Abuja. Addressing reporters upon arrival, Chairman of the Governing Board, Mr. Chiedu Ebe, said members of the board came prepared to transform the Niger Delta region and set it on the path of accelerated development.
We're going to work as a team and we're going to bring in new ideas. Of course, the MD has been here for a couple of months, so we're going to sit down and get a lot from him, and then we'll all bring respective experiences and to bear as well as we now try and reposition the commission.
Members of the board, including Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the agency, Dr. Samuel Ubuku, later paid a courtesy visit to the River State Governor, His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, to familiarize with him as well as seek his support as they get down to work. During the visit, Mr. Ebe noted that it was imperative to collaborate with state governments to enable the NDDC fulfill its mandate to transform the Niger Delta region, adding that the board would work closely with governors to deliver President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda.
We will need to partner with not just our host state, River State, but with all the 9 states that fall within the commission. Because if we don't do that, then it means that we may not achieve our set objectives.
In his response, Governor Fubara assured the NDDC team of his administration's readiness to collaborate with them and ensure that they succeed.
We are going to work with you. We'll give you all the needed support to make you succeed for a common purpose, the development of our estates.
In a related development, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ubuku, has enjoined staff of the Commission to give an unflinching support to the new management team to enable them improve on the Commission's service delivery to communities in the Niger Delta. Dr. Ubuku, who introduced the newly inaugurated executive directors of the agency to staff during a management meeting at the Commission's corporate headquarters in Port Harcourt, said the new team was formidable and united in purpose.
To be to the best of interest for all of us that this team is united. It will not pay you if you try to divide us.
For their part, the executive director said they would work in unity with the managing director, Dr. Samuel Ubuku, who had been working tirelessly to bring succor to beleaguered communities in the Niger Delta.
All we demand from you is cooperation. The same cooperation that you have given the MD and the last board. Just give us that same cooperation. We have to work with him because he's determined to create a record for this NDDC.
Where others fail, this particular team will not fail. What stopped the others will not stop us.
Members of the NDDC governing board and management team also assured staff of improving working conditions as an incentive for improved service delivery.
Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, making a difference. Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, that's the size of our package on the program for today. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. We'll be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles shown right now on your screen. And please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDNTV Nigeria. Until next week, I am Mahmoud Akuga thanking you for staying tuned. Bye for now.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
On Plus TV News now. Nigerian Air Force helicopter crash lands in Port Harcourt. No death recorded. Senate asks FG to withhold allocations to local councils not democratically elected. Guinea-Bissau Army detains suspects amid security forces clash. Israeli airstrikes hit Gaza after truce ends. Sirens warning of Hamas rockets heard. Good evening, I am Destiny Momo. This is News Now. The NAF spokesman, Edward Gabquet, has confirmed the crash of a Nigerian Air Force helicopter. The crash occurred in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, this morning. The helicopter with the number NAF M135P crashed at exactly 7:45 a.m. shortly after it took off for an operation against economic saboteurs in Rivers State. In his statement, he said all those on board survived, though they sustained minor injuries and are currently being attended to at NAF Medical Center, Port Harcourt. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has stated that the soldiers who invaded the Adamawa State Police Command headquarters last week and killed an inspector would be facing a standing court-martial, while urging the leadership of the army and the police force to settle their differences. Some policemen were injured and one killed during the clash, which was launched by troops of the Nigerian Army on the Adamawa State Police headquarters in Yola.
I've already established standing court martials for offences. I've seen the role and responsibilities of court martials in the theatre. And that I have done so that whatever it is that has happened after investigation, those that are found culpable will face the music. We don't shy away from punishing them. The system we adopt now is punishment and reward. You do well, we reward you. You do badly, you are prosecuted. And that will definitely take place. So I can assure members of the police force and all security agencies that we must continue to act professionally. A reminder is that Nigeria is our country. We all have equal stake in this country. It is together that we can make it work. There is no single organization that can achieve success. So the issue of rivalry or fighting, we are supposed to face the criminals, not to face each other. And so for me, I feel it is very, very unprofessional for them to have resorted to use of violence within themselves. But we'll get to the bottom of this, and at the end of it, it will make us better.
The police is committed to this collaboration, and we intend to strengthen the cooperation and the collaboration that's existing between the police and the military for the good of the people we're employed to serve. The Adamawa incident, which you just mentioned, I'm happy to hear that you have already instituted an inquiry into it, and you have assured us that whoever is found wanting will be dealt with accordingly. I trust in your leadership, and we trust that justice will be given in this case.
And Governor Babagana Zulum has pledged to continue to support the military in the fight against insurgency in the northeast Nigeria. He stated this during the operational visits of the Minister of Defense and State, Chief of Army Staff, Naval Chief, and the Chief of the Air Staff at the Borno State Government House, Maiduguri.
Nowadays, Boko Haram, they are not strong, but sometimes they want to put on the oxygen of information dissemination, and therefore we have to be very careful. Within the last 2 weeks, I've been to the local credits in the state, and the reports reaching me from the Royal Highnesses and from the communities have clearly indicated that gradually peace is completely returning to Borno State. Therefore, I would commend His Excellency the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, commend the Minister of Defense, both the incoming State Minister and the service chiefs for sustaining the security situation in the states.
He has advised us adequately and he has shared a lot of strategies with the Chief of Defense Staff and the service chiefs, and together they agree on the next line of action, and we believe if followed religiously, we will come to the end of this fight. And I want to assure you, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is willing to support us all through to see to the end of this fight.
And following efforts in safeguarding the Nigerian maritime space, the Nigerian Navy have concluded the 2023 edition of the Chief of Naval Staff's annual Sea Inspection Exercise, codenamed Exercise Nchekwa Oshimiri. The training exercise, which lasted for a total of 3 days, was carried out largely in the Gulf of Guinea and was designed to get officers and men of the Navy ready to combat all maritime threats within Nigeria's territorial waters. Details in this report.
Aboard the Nigerian Navy ship Kada, the Minister of State for Defense fires the pyrotechnics and performs the ceremonial flag waving, signaling the start of exercise Nchekwa Oshimiri, the Chief of Naval Staff's annual sea inspection. 3 days of consistent military exercises in the Atlantic Ocean, designed to equip personnel of the Nigerian Navy with the necessary skills to combat threats to Nigeria's maritime environment. The commanding officer of the NNS, Kada, explains the objectives and takeaways of the exercise.
Now, the exercise covers so many aspects of security challenges that we face in Nigerian maritime domain as well as the Gulf of Guinea, such as issues of piracy, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. The aim of this exercise is to work up the fleet and improve our operational capability in handling these challenges. So far so good, we have been able to handle them effectively as well reported in the international fora. We started our major scenarios centered around anti-piracy activities. We had a merchant vessel simulate a rogue vessel or vessel of interest engaged in anti-piracy activities, of which we dispatched some of our ships like Nigerian Navy ship Aba and Nigerian Navy ship Oji to intercept this rogue vessel and conduct visit, boarding, seizure and search.
Representative of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Mohammed, in an interview with newsmen, highlights the importance of the exercise in securing the Gulf of Guinea. He also reveals that during the exercise, some actual arrests were made.
This has enabled the Navy to enhance maritime security, and within the period we interrogated several ships, one of which was found wanting. She has been arrested and escorted to harbor. And the exercise too has afforded us, the Navy, to work up the ships and further the training of the personnel on board the ships for better performance of our constitutional mandate of securing Nigeria's maritime domain.
Correspondence reports that in total, 13 ships and 2 helicopters took part in the exercise, and some of the drills include shooting practice, man overboard, and fast roping of Navy personnel aboard a vessel from a chopper.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says gunmen have attacked the residence of its resident electoral commissioner in Lokoja, Kogi State. The commission, in a communique made available to the media, said the attack happened at 3:30 a.m. today, Friday, December 1, 2023. It noted that the armed men engaged security personnel in a gun battle for over 30 minutes until reinforcements arrived. The commission called for a thorough investigation and enhanced security protection for its personnel and assets in Kogi State. And All Progressive Congress, APC in Kogi State, has called for the immediate arrest and prosecution of the governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, Muritala Yakubu Ajaka, in the November 11 governorship poll in the state. Fangwe alleged that the same arsonist attempted to burn down the Kogi State government house, which was foiled by security agents.
Now is the time to arrest Muritala Yakubu Ajaka before he throws Kogi into a state of anarchy. Democracy is the expression of the wishes of the people. Those wishes have been expressed freely, and no amount of bullets can silence the voice of the ballot. We are calling on the police, DSS, and other security agencies to immediately arrest the slide to anarchy by arresting Muritala Yakubu Ajaka and his co-swimmers in the pool of violence. We have cautioned our supporters to remain calm, and the call will be more effective if the anarchists are immediately apprehended and prosecuted. We have it on good record that Muritala Yakubu Ajaka and the SDP, as well as their internal and external collaborators,
BN has announced it will freeze bank accounts without a bank verification number, BVN, or National Identification Number, NIN, from April 2024. And this is according to a circular jointly signed by the Director, Payment System Management Department, Chibuzo FOB, and Director, Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Haruna Mustafa. The Apex Bank revealed that a BVN or NIN verification will be conducted shortly. And the CBN has also directed a post-no debit restriction all bank accounts without BVN and NIN starting from second quarter of next month. And the Nigerian Senate has strongly condemned the growing practice of governors dissolving elected local government administrations in their states. The upper chamber noted on Friday that despite the provisions of the Constitution guarding against the interference of governors in the running of local government councils, they exist at the mercy of state government. These resolutions were taken in plenary following debates on a motion presented on the floor by Senator representing Benue South, Abba Moro. In his lead debate, Senator Moro expressed concern over the dissolution of democratically elected councils in Benue State.
To halt the erosion of democracy, the dissolution of elected councils in Benue State. The Senate notes with dismay the dissolution of democratically elected councils in Benue State. The Senate also notes that in placing caretaker committees to replace elected councils is an aberration and alien to the 1999 Constitution as amended for the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Contributing to the debate, Senators Adams Oshomole, Aline Dume, Abdul Fattah Buhari, and Victor Rume lamented that 16 states run their local government areas with sole administrators or caretaker committees.
Governors are executive, but those elected people also have executive chairmen. They also have executive powers within the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution. So I think it is time that this Senate lend its voice and forcefully persuade the Minister of Finance that wherever there is no elected council chairman.
But the critical thing is that the National Assembly and the Senate must put a stop to this flagrant breach of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are lawmakers. And if we make laws that are not obeyed, it means that we don't have democracy again. This is the time the Senate will come out very hard on this matter, because I know that over the years, some of these matters have gone up to the Supreme Court of Nigeria. And the Supreme Court has emphatically pronounced that caretaker committees are illegal.
In his ruling, President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, frowned at the establishment of multiple federal agencies, advocated the creation of the National Electoral Commission for local government so that governors would no longer have overbearing influence and cancel polls.
What we now do is, if we agree that the Ministry of Finance should not release the money to them, I think that's the only option that we have here as a National Assembly, since we have constitutional oversight responsibility over the... So, in the prayers, maybe we should emphasize that anybody that has caretaker put in place, his money should be kept aside until democratically elected local government takes over.
17 to 18 states now are running local government. And then there's this idea that I must win all local government election, even if I'm KKK party. The moment you do it, Mr. President, how do you justify a senator, a rep member coming from an opposition but different from the party, and the governor will not do election, the senator will not win his local government?
Approach which I think we can actually adopt, and that approach will be an amendment, or even I don't like creating more agencies and commissions, but if we have something like National Electoral Commission for local governments, and then the local government elections council or chairmanship are organized nationally. Even if you don't use INEC, you just have a body, just like you have what they call, like in states, they have State Electoral Commission. If you have a national local government electoral commission that organizes local government elections nationally, you will see that all sorts of local governments will tumble.
Chairman of the Senate Committee on Local Content and representative of Kogi Central Senatorial District, Senator Natasha Rakpoti-Udwara, has lauded the collaboration between the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, and Nigerian LNG Limited, NLNG, in enhancing local content capacity. Recently, both the NDDC and NLNG inked a memorandum of understanding aimed at synergizing their objectives and working jointly to execute sustainable development projects in the region. Senator Natasha emphasized the importance for the NDDC to prioritize the recruitment of its trained workforce for efficient service delivery. Urging this during an interactive session held on Thursday with the NDDC Managing Director, Samuel Ubuku.
It will interest you to know that I had a discussion with my team just yesterday in the local content, and we're trying to be quite innovative with our approach. We've decided to create a database of skilled artisans. We're going to have them profiled and segmented by their skills, and we would love to interface with you and get into the register of all the trained artisans, and even not just artisans, I mean, people across all our talents, ICT, like we said, engineers, the health physicians and others. And then we could have a robust, verifiable database of young skills that could be recruited.
In response, the NDDC Managing Director expressed readiness to collaborate with the Local Content Committee, welcoming the proposed strategies to engage the trained workforce for employment opportunities. And the Nigerian Senate has strongly condemned all forms of violence against women and girls, emphasizing the need for more robust measures to safeguard their interests. This position was articulated during Thursday's plenary, where the senators actively participated in the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence on women and the girl child. Details in this report.
Adorning orange sashes as a symbol of solidarity for the advocacy, the lawmakers, including the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, were united in their commitment to address this critical issue. The advocacy motion was sponsored by 17 senators, spearheaded by Senator Ireti Kingibe, representing the FCT.
Since the launch of the National Gender-Based Data Room and Dashboard, over 28,000 cases of gender-based violence have been reported nationwide. In all these reported cases, over 9,000 have been opened against offenders, while over 8,000 are still pending in various courts, as over 1,800 cases have been withdrawn, either by the courts, community intervention, family and victims that have become afraid or intimidated to withdraw the case. The number of convictions are only 455, and sadly, the number of fatalities from GBV are over 1,250.
Voicing their support to the motion, Senators Adams Oshomole, Natasha Akpoti, and Abdul Ningi, among others, acknowledged the virtues and sacrifices made by women globally, with a specific emphasis on those in Nigeria.
I think we should be doing justice to the foundation of our own, of our system, by not only passing motions like the UN is doing without teeth to bite. We should pass laws with appropriate tools and encourage the police to enforce those laws and prosecute.
I'd lend my voice in calling for a stop in all form of violence against girls, children, schools, workplaces, and also ask that all the agencies that are responsible in mitigating this flaw step up in their responsibilities so that our women will have a safe place to live and thrive. I so submit. Thank you.
It takes two to tango. The women folk also must at every given time know their position in society. You men, as they listen, to also rise to the occasion. They are human beings like every other of us, and therefore they must not allow themselves to play second fiddle. They are not second fiddle. They are the important foundation of every human society.
In concluding the debate before the motion was passed, the Senate President declared that all the senators are in agreement that violence against women and girl child must be unequivocally condemned.
Please, as we protect the rights of women, we should also protect the rights of men. There are men who are suffering under their wives. There are many men who are groaning and nobody is listening to them because United Nations has not yet taken up the issue of violence against men. On that note, I thank all of us for your contributions and urge that God Almighty will give all of us the wisdom to protect the women and protect the girl child.
A minute's silence was thereafter observed to honor the memory of all women and individuals who lost their lives due to violence.
The House of Representatives has passed for second reading the 2024 appropriation bill with proposed budget estimate of 27.5 trillion naira. Recall that on Tuesday, President Bola Tinubu laid the 2024 appropriation bill before a joint session of the National Assembly while calling for its urgent consideration to meet up with the January to December budget cycle. It's day 2 of the 2024 budget debate by members of the House of Representatives.
This hallowed chamber is Nigeria. We all represent all the communities all over the country. This is where Nigeria resides. The nation looks up to us. It is a collective responsibility. And we also want to implore Nigerians that government cannot do it alone. We cannot do it alone. We need all Nigerians to support implementation of budgets, supervise implementation of budgets in their various constituencies. Mr. President cannot be in Zamfara. He cannot be in Kaduna. He cannot be in Bauchi. He cannot be in Ogun State. We as Nigerians must supervise and manage whatever projects that are put in our constituencies.
Many applauded the executive for ensuring that the budget proposal adequately captured areas of economy, security, and education.
Our president was very, very particular about education and placing a lot of revenue monies into education. I think education is the bedrock of any society to succeed. So therefore, I think it's very important, and the monies that have been allocated there are very adequate, and I hope it goes a long way in seeing and curbing the menaces of university strikes.
One critical area that the executive will equally need to look into. If you look at the law that brought to bear the electronic money transfer levies, it is projected to about 3.66 trillion naira, and the cap is for those that transfer money from 10,000 naira and above. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, it is my considered opinion that if the base is lowered to 5,000 naira, it will open up more people to contribute to this pool, which the executive can equally leverage on to fund our infrastructural gap.
And stakeholders at a public hearing organized by the House Committee on Works, Environment, FEMA, and Justice are all endorsing the idea of using concrete cement for the construction of roads in the country as against asphalt. And this follows immense debate by stakeholders, which concludes construction companies and the Federal Ministry of Works, FEMA, amongst others. Details in this report.
Chairman Committee on Works set the tone for the discussion as he hinged his argument on the importance of road infrastructure for the economic growth and development of the country.
What is even more concerning is that in some ongoing projects, the work on site is not proportional to the funds allocated to them. There is no doubt that we all must come together to chart a new course for our country if we want to ameliorate the sufferings of the masses. That is why the issue of adopting concrete technology for road construction must be subjected to a thought process to ensure value for money. Hence, this public hearing has become a necessity.
In their responses, most of the stakeholders seem to endorse concrete, as argued by representatives of the Minister of Works and Director, Highways Construction and Rehabilitation, Engineer Adedamola Kuti. They say, apart from concrete roads being cheaper, it is also durable.
In Nigeria today, we have, if I'm permitted to say, we have two companies in Nigeria that supply 80% of bitumen that is being sold to contractors. And number one is Golden Bitumen, seconded by Aska Bitumen, which is also, ably represented here today. So, this, our whole notion today is to tell you and assure you that the bitumen that is being circulated in Nigeria is duly certified by NMDPRA, and it is in line with the specification given by the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing.
In a related development, the House Committee on FEMA had an interface with the Managing Director and members of the board. He also emphasized the importance of good roads and the need for FEMA to cover itself in glory. In his response, the Managing Director called for more sources of funding for the agency to deliver fully on its mandate.
Please note that the successful implementation of this 14 legislative agenda and strategic action plan will have a far-reaching benefit for Nigerians. It will lead to improved road infrastructure, enhanced transportation connectivity, and facilitate economic growth. Furthermore, the adoption of innovative technologies and practices will increase the efficiency and effectiveness of road maintenance.
We believe that there's a lot to learn from road agencies from other countries. So to date, we have partnership with the SANRA, which is a South African National Road Agency. We have an MOU with them on road-related matters. We have a collaboration with the Namibian road authorities. Namibia currently has the best roads in Africa.
And the Lagos State government says arrangements have been concluded for a hitch-free celebration of this year's food festival. Commissioner for Agriculture, Bisola Olusoya, who stated this at a media briefing in Lagos, said this year's event will be a fusion of different flavors. She said the annual festival, which evolves from the Seafood Festival, is meant to showcase the huge potentials of the state to the outside world.
And then let's say last year, we were pegging it at about 600, 700. This year is a different story. So, speaking in Naira and Kobo terms, really, it's not the way to go. What is more important is the networking capabilities that have been created and the opportunity for a small SME to grow into a big business. And someone who would have otherwise maybe done an annual sale of 10 million naira, just by reason of that business alone, is now doing a business of 50 million, 100 million at the end of the year. For us, that is a real gain as a state government. Because from being an SME that has only maybe 1 or 2 employees, by reason of your growth, they are now having 15, 20, 30 employees. That is the real gain for us as a state government. So it's about a platform being created to showcase the potential.
Olusoya explained that the 2023 Lagos Food Festival is coming with a bang, as families will have access to continental delicacies from Asia, Brazil, Europe, and Africa.
So you have Ministry of Tourism, which every year would do some celebrations, annual celebrations across the state. The reason why we choose the mainland and the island is not so much about mainland versus island, but the fact that we have a central space managed by the Lagos State Parks and Gardens Agency. It is convenient for most people because it's an easy landmark to identify. Access to the location is good. You can take that mainland, you can come through a gold bridge, come down Bonica, and also ways to get out of there is good enough.
Look forward to the 10th of December. Our most dynamic and supportive governor, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. He's our number one agri farmer and number one supporter of the Ministry of Agri. We really thank him for supporting us at all times. And of course, we cannot but thank our able Honorable Commissioner for always being in front to champion the cause of agri.
Medical experts have called on the Nigerian government to draft a legislation specifically to address all forms of assault on medical personnel in the country. The experts who decried the increased rate of attacks on healthcare workers made the call at the 40th Annual Scientific Conference of the Association of Resident Doctors of the University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital. The health experts, while calling for legislation to punish individuals who assault medical personnel, however, noted that different factors drive certain people to attack healthcare givers in the course of discharging their legitimate role in society.
Policies should be put in place to address workplace violence, and the policies should be made as a requirement for all healthcare facilities to follow. Workplace violence needs to be addressed more comprehensively, and it will involve the government taking steps to put in legislation.
However, there is need for government to legislate and punish any assault of healthcare practitioners. This will go a long way to reduce and prevent this menace.
This increase in the rate of assaults on health workers presents a critical challenge to the healthcare system worldwide. Government intervention will play a pivotal role in mitigating and preventing such incidents.
The experts therefore advocated a multidisciplinary, biopsychological, psychosocial, and individualistic approach as effective tools to dealing with workplace violence.
There's a connection between workplace bullying, burnout, and some of these assaults that we are seeing. And that's why managing assault should be something multidimensional, because there are also factors of doctor, of the patient, of the management and the patient, of the system too. Sometimes we are concerned more about the services rather than also the system.
At the level of administration and the management now, what's our expectations? We expect that we implement workplace violence response and zero tolerance policies.
And a non-governmental organization, the Eunice Nachi Women Advocacy Foundation, has embarked on a 16-day campaign against physical, mental, and sexual violence in secondary schools in Bayelsa State, urging the government and well-meaning individuals to invest their time and money in preventing violence against women and girls. CEO of NWEF, Lady Eunice Nachi, who described the rate of gender-based violence in the state in the past 11 months as alarming, said their aim is to create a society where every individual, regardless of gender, can live freely without fear of violence, and admonished the students to shun acts capable of hurting one another.
The day has been marked out for this celebration, so we are here to make our own impact and to talk to them about the gender-based violence and the need to stop any form of gender-based violence.
So that they have joined, they have been aware, the awareness have been created, and they will go back home and look out not just for themselves as girls, but the boys will also look out for the girls.
To orange the world in the school and to create awareness, and this awareness has helped them because they now know what is 16 days of activism, and at the same time they too are also joining the world to celebrate.
Still ahead, expatriate Egyptians begin voting for presidential elections. Details when we return.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Guinea-Bissau's army announced on Friday that it has detained the leader of the Security Forces unit responsible for overnight clashes in the capital and asserted that the situation was now under control. Throughout the night and into Friday morning, gunfire erupted in Bissau during confrontations between members of the National Guard and Presidential Guard Special Forces. The gunfire ensued following the release of 2 government members by National Guard soldiers who had been questioned by the police on Thursday. And Madagascar's Constitutional Court has confirmed President Andry Rajoelina's re-election after a contentious vote 2 weeks ago. Rajoelina secured 59% of the votes, securing a third term, and the court dismissed opposition complaints about vote credibility despite a low 46% turnout and most opposition parties boycotting. The court rejected attempts to annul Rajoelina's bid, and the president's 2 main rivals, Siteni Randesulanaiko and ex-president Marc Ravalomanana, received 14% and 12% of the votes, respectively. Meanwhile, Egyptians living abroad began voting on Friday for the presidential election in their country, a vote for which President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is the big favorite, and at the end of which he could begin a third term. Apart from Mr. Sisi, there are 3 candidates in the running without much popular support. And Farid Zaran, head of the Egyptian Democratic and Social Party, Abdel Sanad Yamama, leader of the WAF, now a century-old party, and Hazem Omar, head of the Republican People's Party. And from news outside Africa, as Israel's war with Hamas resumed in full force Friday, with airstrikes hitting targets in the Gaza Strip minutes after a week-long truce expired. Black smoke billowed from the besieged territory, and Israel dropped leaflets over Gaza City and southern parts of the enclave, urging civilians to leave their homes to avoid the fighting. Netanyahu said the war resumed because Hamas had violated the terms of the truce. It has not met its obligation to release all of the women's hostages today and has launched rockets at Israeli citizens, he said in a statement. Netanyahu has been under intense pressure from families of the hostages to bring them home. Israel says 77% of its soldiers had been killed in the ground of offensive. It claimed to have killed thousands of militants without providing evidence. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said defenses must be quickly beefed up across the front line after meeting commanders in some of the main pressure points in the south and east. Russian forces are trying to encircle the eastern towns of Avdiivka, and they are targeting the southern regions of Kherson and Zaporizhia. Overnight, Ukraine's Air Force said it had shot down 18 out of 25 Russian drones and out of 2 cruise missiles. A U.S. appeal court on Friday ruled that Donald Trump must face civil lawsuits over his role in January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol by his supporters, rejecting the former president's claim that he is immune. A panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit found that Trump was acting in his personal capacity as a presidential candidate. When he urged his supporters to march to the Capitol, U.S. presidents are immune from civil lawsuits only for official actions. Up next, LCCI says Nigeria's 12% budget to GDP ratio lowest in Africa. That's on Business News. After this short break, stay with us.
Welcome to Business News. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry has set the 12.2% 2024 proposed budget rate to Nigeria's gross domestic product remains the lowest in Africa. The chamber noted that relative to Nigeria's GDP size, the proposed budget is 12.2%, which is very low compared to its African peers like South Africa, with the government expenditure to GDP ratio of 32.5%, Egypt 24.7%, Kenya 23.0%, and Ghana having 27.1%. The Director General of LCCI, Dr. Chinyere Almona, stated that this is a serious issue that needs to be addressed by the government in the light of its renewed hope agenda, adding that the proposed 2024 budget of 27.5 trillion naira is the biggest in the country's history, representing 21.4% increase compared to 22.65 trillion naira in the previous year, with strong focus on defense, internal security, and job creation. A new report released by Ernst & Young EY, a global professional services firm, has indicated that foreign direct investment FDI promoted more than 730 projects across the continent in 2022, injecting $194 billion in financing while creating 154,000 jobs. The report also reveals that Nigeria led other West African countries in the FDI flows, while in East Africa, Kenya dominated the FDI landscape. The two countries came in third and fourth positions respectively for the largest FDI regions on the continent. Significantly, Egypt saw a record of $107 billion in capital for its 149 FDI projects, taking the continental lead position. The three largest economies in Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa, are currently facing economic headwinds. Zimbabwe features in the top 10 for the first time in a decade, while Ethiopia and Mozambique exit the top 10. Nigeria also lost FDI inflows momentum. A National Bureau of Statistics report has shown that 69.2% of households in Nigeria were left in hunger due to the impact of flood in 2022 and 2023. The survey report, titled Nigeria Flood Impact, Recovery and Mitigation Assessment Report for 2022 and 2023, released yesterday, also showed that 52% of households in the flood-affected areas. According to the NBS, overall, 64% of households were affected by the floods in 2022, with adverse impacts on livelihood, housing, food sources, and access to basic services such as health facilities and schools. The production of natural gas fell last year despite a 250 billion naira intervention fund provided to 15 companies. According to an industry report from the Energy Institute in partnership with KPMG, Nigeria's natural gas production dropped by 4 billion cubic feet meters between 2021 and 2022. The country's gas production, recorded at 39 billion cubic feet meters as of 2012, was on a steady growth and had grown to 49 billion cubic feet meters as of 2020. Suddenly crashed 45 billion cubic meters in 2021 and then 40 billion cubic meters last year. And that's it on Business News. I am Shade Uwe. The news continues.
Thank you, Shadi, for the business news. Up next is entertainment news. Stay with us.
Famous Nigerian Afrobeat singer Davido's latest song, Timeless, has been ranked as the most streamed album in Sub-Saharan Africa. The Spotify Wrapped 2023 is the annual data-led review of how people listened to music and podcasts on the platform. The singer's album, Timeless, was recently nominated for Best Global Album at the 2024 Grammy nominations. On the list of Spotify's most streamed album in Sub-Saharan Africa in 2023, Davido's Timeless finished top ahead of Ashake's Work of Art and Burna Boy's I Told Them. Nigerian singer D'banj has officially been cleared of rape and empire fraud allegations by the Nigerian Police Force and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. The singer was cleared of all allegations upon completion of their investigations. In an affidavit submitted by an Abuja-based lawyer, Tohib Lawal, to the District Court of Abuja, the Nigerian Police Force investigation report and the ICPC's clearance marked Exhibits A and B vindicated D'banj. D'banj had come out publicly to address the matter, maintaining his innocence. Then he sued Babatayo, requesting 100 million naira in compensation. Soon after the allegations were levied, the police launched an official investigation into the matter, which had been running up until now. D'banj is now free of all allegations on the matter. Beyoncé has surprised her fans as she released a new song to coincide with the release of her documentary film Renaissance. Just hours after the Grammy winner premiered the film in London's Leicester Square on Thursday night, she dropped the track, which plays during the end credits on streaming services. Titled My House, the song is co-produced and co-written by The Dream and continues the dance house music team present on her latest album, also titled Renaissance. The film, which chronicles the development and delivery of Beyoncé's 2023 Renaissance World Tour in support of the album of the same name, is released worldwide in cinemas on Friday.
And in sports news, the 2023 archery ended with fun and excitement as over 30 athletes attended the third edition of the annual Open Championship, which took place in Abuja. According to the secretary of the club, Olatayo Olasende, the future of archery in Nigeria is bright. And the Nigeria international Victor Osimhen's departure from Napoli is almost looking certain after Italian football transfer expert Fabrizio Romano said the striker was unlikely to renew his contract with the Italian champions. Osimhen has been linked with several European clubs, with English Premier League duo Chelsea and Arsenal leading the race for the Nigerian. Napoli, however, risks losing the Nigerian in January. Osimhen recently returned to Napoli's squad after recovering from an injury sustained during Nigeria's match against Saudi Arabia. And the main news again. Nigerian Air Force helicopter has crash-landed in Port Harcourt. No death recorded. Senate has asked the federal government to withhold allocations to local councils not democratically elected. Guinea-Bissau army has detained suspects amid security forces clash. Israeli airstrikes have hit Gaza after truce ends. Sirens warning of Hamas rockets heard. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching and have a beautiful night rest.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
This your treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually have to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you
and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in beers and blood. It was a revolution!
I was one of my uncles, and he got me a job then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO&U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. There's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hi, from Berlin, Germany. There seems to be a conversation going on around within young people. And there's an entire group that think young people need to review bride price payment. What are the gender roles for women in a family unit? What does religion say? How should society respond to these conversations, especially as it concerns women? You have to listen to our debaters and hear what they have to say, the for and the against.
Hello there from Berlin, Germany. My name is Mercy Abba. Welcome to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We will be talking about gender roles as it affects young people in Nigeria. What does it mean to be female in Nigeria? In 2015, if I recall, women in Nigeria used the hashtag on Twitter to share their experiences of everyday gender discrimination. Across the world, women juggle work with family and care for responsibilities, and Nigeria is no exception. On today's episode, I have guests in the studio. I am not physically present with them there because I got in close proximity with someone who contacted positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I am staying away for the safety of everyone there. I'd like to introduce my guests. I'll start with Pius Ibrahim Onoja, who is a PhD student in Germany. Hello, Pius.
Hello.
Pleased to see you.
Same here.
And there's Kola Akintola. He's also an MBA student in Berlin. Hello, Kola.
Hi, Messi.
Thank you for coming. I have Abubakar Bello Ismail. He is a Nigerian student as well in Germany.
Hi, Messi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi. And we have Victoria Esen. She's also an MBA student in Berlin.
Hi, Messi.
Before we introduce our colleagues, we're going to start with the conversation with our guests in the studio. Let's talk about patriarchy. This is an issue that concerns women, but more often than not, it comes off as though it's a conversation that sees the other gender being on the defensive. I am excited that we have more men in the studio to talk about this. Perhaps I'll start with Kola. Why is it, can you just, in your own assertion, explain what it means to be female in Nigeria? I know you're a man, but I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Messi. Based on my experience back in Nigeria, to be precise, I was living in the southwest part of Nigeria, Lagos and Ibadan. So to be a female in Nigeria, though the role is evolving, traditionally females are known to be having a supporting role in the society in Nigeria. So like husband and wife, so you are meant to support your husband. The husband is the head of the house. But due to westernization and how the influence of social media, we started seeing what is coming, because Nigeria, we are largely being influenced by what is going on in America. So we started shifting the roles. So women are taking their place in the society, in the corporate world. We started seeing women into leadership position in Nigeria. But those are educated women, but in terms of those are not educated, that are not in the middle class. So the role is still largely based in terms of male are still largely domineering in terms of what they expect, because there are some things that are expected of women in Nigeria to do, like support your husband, or look after your children, and so on and so forth. So largely they are like second fiddle in terms of how people see them in the society back then in Nigeria.
Thank you, Kola. Pius, I listened to Kola's talk and he kept saying, see them. Like it's a gender that is them. Interesting. But I'll take it up with you. Do you think a woman is a second fiddle?
No, I don't think so. I think basically the issue with Nigeria and the relationship between the man and the woman are placed in the society in Nigeria is based on education. The educational system of Nigeria, one, education, two, I would attribute it to religion. Because of the dynamic nature of the religion aspect in Nigeria, some religion accept the role of humans showing herself, coming forward to speak the truth, to say the truth whenever she pleases, while others or other religion believe that no, this should not be. Woman is not supposed to talk when the man is talk. While traditionally, again, the woman is not expected to talk when the man is talk. So based on these three factors, the women found themselves in that position whereby they have to fight to get their place in the society in Nigeria. And the major issue there now is how they place themselves in that level that the society will appreciate them, we see them in the light, not being, because right now, so religion will tell you that, no, she is trying to rule me. She's trying to dominate me. She's trying to take my place as a man. She's trying to take my place as a father. She's trying to take my place as a manager. But all this is based on education, civilization. If the educational system in Nigeria is balanced and people are well educated, then each person will know his place in the society.
Victoria, does a woman need education for her rights to be respected and for her to, for her not to contend with issues like gender-based violence?
No, I disagree. Even if you are not educated, you are not supposed to be seen as a weaker vessel, because let me say 30% of Nigerians now, they still see the women as weaker vessels.
Now, if I may chip in, Mercy, Victoria, I will tell you that in that point I will say, if you are not educated, how will you know what is right and what is wrong? You must be educated to be able to say, yes, this is my right as a woman, this is my right as a lady, I need it, this is my right, give it to me.
It is not
because if you do not fight for your right, nobody will give it to you.
But excuse me? I mean, in addition to what they are saying, I think woman doesn't need education before her right.
Thank you.
Before she express or practice her right.
Exactly.
The society should preserve or make a room for their rights.
Education, where does she know that?
She needs.
Her right.
Her rights needs to be reserved for her.
I think the bone of contention here is we have to go back to the fundamentals.
Now let's take it to the north, to Nigeria. In the north, you find out that if you go to the north in Nigeria, you find out that the female they are oppressed. They are oppressed in this sense. I will tell you.
Excuse me, how do you define oppression?
Oppression can be in diverse
forms. See, in terms of education, let me say something. Yes. I have someone, she's well educated. Yes. She did her master's. She was doing so well. Do you know her husband told her to stop working, to just take care of the house, just cook and clean? And she's educated. Why? Because she still has the influence.
She can fight for her rights.
Let me just make this point. In Nigeria, we are 90% of Nigeria, I would say we are religious. Yeah. So if you look at culturally and religious wise, so that we are being largely influenced by that. But if you if you want to look at it, we have to look at it based on region. So if you're in Lagos, you can still say, okay, in Lagos, more people are more liberal. But if you go back to...
Why is it that so in Lagos? Because
can I just chip in something?
Yeah.
I heard an argument that suggests that in some parts of the country, or perhaps in the north, the rights of women aren't as respected as it were. Yeah. But across the country, not a northern problem, a Nigerian problem, you can also see that the issue of gender-based violence is still top in almost all the states of the Federation, even in states where the law has been passed. When it comes to implementation, when a problem that concerns a woman, even if it is violence within the home, the priority isn't placed as a human rights issue. This is where I'll probably have to ask Victoria this question.
Okay.
Are you, as a Nigerian woman, and if you're in Nigeria, are you scared about your life?
Not really. Because for example, based on my education, I like doing certificate programs and all that. Yet somebody told me, Vicky, all this education, you have to stop and get married and take care of your home. And what if your husband doesn't even want you to work? That's most of the mentality in Nigeria. That's why I said 30% of Nigerian men are still thinking that way. They believe as a woman, your role is in the kitchen. Your role is just to take care of the children, not to be in the society, not to take up higher positions. So it is still existing in Nigeria, education or no education.
Yeah. I agree with her, and we still have to go back to based on region.
All is still based on education and religion. The three factors I mentioned in the first place. I mentioned religion, I mentioned education, and I mentioned the other, I will now call it society factor as well.
Talking of the education part of it,
yes,
I think, education is an added advantage for the woman to know her right.
Thank you.
But she doesn't need education before her right is respected.
Thank you.
All religion provides how women should be respected, how man should take care of his.
Education is not per se for the woman alone. It's both for the
that is what I am saying.
It's for the both
an added
gender.
advantage
Now,
for
if
her
the
to know
man
her
is well
rights.
educated, the man is well educated, you know what is good and what the lady should get, because they said if you train up a woman, you've trained a nation. Why is it so? Because they believe that she has the tendency of grooming the children to the expected stage in the society.
Okay, let me ask a question. Okay, there's a friend of mine. He was doing so well. Before he got married, the wife was also working in an oil company. And people that work in oil company, they believe, they are influential and all that. And the moment the first child came in, just told the woman, you have to quit. You have to stop working. You have to choose either me or your job. And of course, because she's a woman, she chose her husband and stopped working. And when she stopped working, there was complaint in the house. Oh, all she does is just to watch movies, to do this one. She's not productive and all that. But you told this woman to stop working.
I understand what you were saying. I understand you can be oppressed after marriage, but you have the right to choose the person you want to marry. I know you can't know everything about the man before marriage, but you should know the person you are getting married to.
Can I have Uthman Tochukwu join this conversation?
Thank you very much, Mercy, for having me. I will approach it from two perspectives. From the perspective of religion, which is Islam, which happens to be my religion, and the other second one is from the point of African and Nigeria stereotype. First of all, when you come to Islamic religion, woman is not placed as a second gender in any way. In fact, Islam encourages that you should train women as much as you give priority to men, because when you train a woman, it is as if you have trained the whole nation. And there is no anywhere it is provided in Islam that if you train a man, you have trained a nation. It means that Islam gave priority to women. But I think it is even the women themselves that is getting it all wrong, probably because our society here in Nigeria and Africa has given them that second position. And that is why it seems like when you are not educated as a woman, your rights should not be enforced. And I think this is where I would differ from what is happening in the studio. A woman does not have to be educated before her right should be respected. Her right is a follow-come right. Her right is bet with her, and she does not require education to recognize such right and be respected for it. Because I just noticed that in Nigeria, every enlightened woman in Nigeria is a feminist. What do I mean? If you look at most of the women that are canvassing the support for feminism in Nigeria, they are enlightened women. They are people who go to school. They are people who understand what the world is talking about in terms of education and rights. But those who are really suffering this issue, those women whom those enlightened women are fighting for, calling themselves feminists and feminism concept, they did not go to school. They don't understand what is called right. And then it becomes like a burden for them that because they did not go to school, they do not understand what their right means. And then again, that is on the other side. On one part again is that women, it is time people should understand that women are the future of everything that engender national development and advancement in nation building. Whatever you are doing and you do not carry women along, to my mind, that thing will certainly not have a headway positively. So what am I trying to say? I think it is important that we should begin to rewrite the narrative of all the injustices that have been done against women gender in Nigeria. And I think the scholars of Islam should be hitting on this issue for them to really understand that there is nothing wrong in a woman holding a political position. There's nothing wrong in a woman, leading the men if that man does not have what
Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? You're from the south of Nigeria. You're from an area where bride price is the conversation around bride price tops the charts. Do you think the culture of bride price is good in terms of how it has gone over the years? Do you think it protects the sanctity of a woman?
Well, I think differently, but if you ask me to speak on this, I may have a kind of biased perspective in the sense that I am a Muslim. If I want to marry today, they will not bring it from the culture of what is obtainable in the Southeast as a whole, Igbo tradition. Igbo tradition may not likely to apply fully when I want to marry. They want to look at it from the Islamic perspective. And under Islam, we have a standard of marriage rights. And I'm bound by such standard because I'm a Muslim, despite the fact that I come from the South. So I may not, it may not be too fair for me.
But in Islam, do you pay bride price when you want to marry a woman?
In fact, that the bride price in Islam is compulsory because that is what gives you a legal access to a woman as a wife to copulate with her. If you don't pay such bride price, whatever you do with her is against the Sharia.
But there are women that are advocating against bride price, the culture of bride price, as it sort of sells of a woman.
Probably because it is exorbitant. On the argument of the fact that it exhausts the woman, you are selling off the woman, I do not think they are correct. I would differ because in Islam, Allah recognizes the payment of bride price, and Allah made it in a way that it is exclusively from that of a woman. Let me make this point. It is important to note that bride price does not necessarily have to be money. Bride price is something that has value, and it must be requested by the woman, by the bride, to the husband. It's not to the bride's guardian or parents. It's the wife that will request it from the husband.
Can I say something? You said please. It's supposed to be requested by the woman, but that's not the case. As a matter of fact, the woman is never there when it's negotiated.
I mean, this is why I say that. You see, in Nigeria, we are ungodly religious. Ungodly religious, in quote, in the sense that we claim to be religious by being too godly to worship God, but we are playing insincerity in our worship. That is the practice. The practice is wrong. But in the letters, what it provides is that a woman who is going to be married is the person that is going to sit with the husband and say, guy, this is what you are going to pay me for my bride price. Really? During the time of the prophet Messi, some people married with the recitation of some portions from the Holy Quran. The wife will say, he should just come and recite so portion of the Quran or Bible for me, if you are for the Christians, so that you can understand the idea. You just recite it and bride price has been paid. It doesn't have to be money.
Uthman, I would really love to tell a man how much he has to pay without my
I mean, yes, I'm telling you that is your right.
In addition to what he said,
let's go back to the studio.
In addition to what he said,
thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Fali will come to you. I know that you're itching to talk. Let's go to the studio. Can you guys react to what Uthman has said? Perhaps Victoria, you want to say something?
Okay.
I wish I can actually say that maybe my husband should pay so amount, because it's never done. Where I'm from, I don't even know how much they are going to pay. It depends on my family and the husband's family. So what the amount that they pay, I have no idea. I don't even know how much they pay. So it's actually different, very different from my own side. I don't know if it applies to your own side too.
Do you think the culture of dowry and bride price needs to be abolished?
Why would it be abolished? No. Because definitely, if you want it to be abolished, that means they are giving the woman free of charge.
What do you mean?
It's not like that. Excuse me, no, it's not like that. See, talking of this bride price, it's not as if you are paying for the woman.
Okay.
You are not paying for the woman.
No, it's just appreciating. Oh, thank you for this beautiful woman that you are giving to me on a platter of gold. Just, it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. I don't think it's supposed to be abolished.
I think in my culture, it's changing gradually. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from the Southwest. So now, if the issue of bride price, so the parents usually they might say, okay, bring 2,000 naira. So once you give them 2,000 naira, and they will hand over the money back to you that we are not selling our daughter. What we are asking from you is just to take care of her. Once you take care of her, you've taken care of us. So we are not asking for bride price. So it's waning gradually in my area from where I come from, because the only thing they just collect from you is just maybe the yam and the oranges and all that, just to share it amongst the family, because we believe that it's not just your parents that take care of you since when they get back to you and all that, so they have to share it. And those bride price thing is not just the parent that will take it alone, it's just the family. It's the whole of the family that will share it amongst themselves.
So what's the difference between the money and the yam and all that? Is it not the same thing?
They are all valid. Okay, from the Islamic perspective of it, you can pay with money or something valuable.
But it's the same thing. Money or no money.
Yeah, that's it. And relating it to the women's rights, in Islam, as you are handing the money, the father of the bride is here to state what they are expected of you to take care of the woman, starting from her clothing, feeding, all has,
Do you know it's based even in the Bible. Now I will tell you this: Nigeria, we are so carried away by religion and some of the practices we overtaking them to extreme. Now, what is it? What does I mean by that? Now look at it now. A lady wants to marry. The family are looking at it as a means of livelihood. They say this guy is going now. They will even decide, okay, who she wants to marry. Is that man rich? Wait, I'm telling you, not only it happens in all culture. No. They decide. Wait, I'm ready somewhere.
No, family don't decide.
They have to check even. Some culture, they even tell you the bride price based on the person.
Where are you from?
But do you know that sometimes the reason why they ask if the man is wealthy or not, because they don't want their child to suffer. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, no, wait. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, give her everything, only to give her to a man that doesn't have anything. Come on, no, I won't let that happen. No, I won't let that happen.
Very important.
That is the problem we have in Nigeria. I still believe, I disagree with
some parents are capitalists.
The other calling that he said, it does not, education does not, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman. Yes, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman, but you need education to know what is the right of the woman, and the woman also needs education to know what is her right. What is education? Education can mean anything. As I tell you, this is it. It's education. I'm teaching you what it means. So now, if you don't tell the lady, or the lady doesn't know a place in the society, how does she claim a place? She cannot claim a place. We are from Nigeria. We know our problem in Nigeria. Our problem in Nigeria is education and the religion.
No, the religion of education. No.
Because we are far behind in education, and we are
talking of education.
We carry the religion to become our school. We carry the religion to become our code. While we leave the necessary thing that we are supposed to handle in life, we left the marriage.
Going by what you said, it depends on what you call education.
Now, if you talking
about education like qualification, like let's say NCE,
nobody's talking about